go through this. No man should have to endure the pain. Men are taken out their home every day. Innocent men just like this one. 60% divorce rate took men out of their homes. College admission gender bias took this man out of his home. The gender pay gap took this man out of his home. These men are facing homelessness right now. But with your support and just 50 cents a day, we can save them. Please go online or call this number and join the Save a King Fund for Humanity for only $15 a month. For just 50 cents a day, you'll deliver emergency relief, passport, and life-saving support to these men who could be homeless without it. Don't wait. Pick up the phone now.
Anyway, ni hao. Who the told there was now? Da 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 da. Yeah. Hey everyone, welcome back to Themis and Thought. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. Go and get that. Drop a 1 if my mic is good. This concoction is... Drop a 1 if my mic is good. All right. Hey, Sober Bobo, how are you? I can't hear well. Off top, that thumbnail. You like the thumbnail? It's giving you like the thumbnail. All right, let's do the intro quickly. So there is a lot of work that... Thank you, Miss Audio. Let me put this on. I'm not going to talk about the album yet because I haven't fully digested. So no album talk is... no album talk today. On our last It Gab, and by last I mean we're on hiatus, we talked a lot about sort of, we had a debate of sorts. And so I wanted to take the opportunity to clarify one thing, because Kay's not here, I won't go in depth. I just wanted you all to know that Kay's interpretation of what happened, I agree with. Like, I agree that Elon Musk is not the best person in the world. I agree with anyone who says they think he's racist, right, based on his tweets, or the tweets were racist. And like, I agree with the sentiment that maybe Don Lemon had. That was never my issue. And so, like, it does worry me a little. And it's not that you all are wrong. I think y'all are right or whatever. But I think it worries me a little when something like that discussion can be taken out of context. Insofar as, like, I remember explaining numerous times what it is that I agree with. And I remember kind of talking about the nuance in the way that the questions were being asked, and having a problem with that. And in critiquing this very specific point, I think some people assumed I was defending Elon Musk. And I don't know where that could... Like, I'm trying very desperately to sort of figure out what during that conversation implies that I was defending Elon Musk. I think in dissecting what Don Lemon did, I think a lot of people just assumed that I was on Elon's side, which, wow to me. I don't actually know. I was trying to figure out a way to frame what I wanted to say, but I think I said it in the way that I wanted to say it, and I stand behind what I said. But I feel like it would have been clear. I feel like it's clear where I stood in that conversation and what my issue was and what Kay and I were going back and forth on, which is a very specific point about Don Lemon's approach. Not that he is wrong in his assumption, but his approach to proving the conclusion that he drew was weird and wild. So that's it. Now that's out of the way. Let's start the video. Brr, brr, brr. All right. Themis is love you. Oh, I think you meant I love you. But it was uncomfy to watch. Felt like you were jumping on Kay as if it was her original question, not Lem. No, I don't think so. I mean, sorry, the way you interpret it, I think is completely fine. I think I was trying to get to her understanding of what was happening. I wasn't, I feel like that's kind of how, in truth, lovely lady, it does feel like that's how I approach like I have a very specific way of um questioning things and a very specific way of engaging. And maybe it was uncomfortable to watch. I don't know. Maybe I was a bit harsh. I don't think so. I've watched it, rewatched it, and maybe I was. People said I didn't let her speak. I counted the minutes. I actually did count the minutes of talking and when I interrupted and how I interrupted. I did interrupt a couple times, but it didn't. I probably shouldn't be the judge of this. You all be the judge of it. Let me know how you all feel. But from the way that I monitor myself and conversation, I felt like I was very within range of acceptable behavior and kindness and grace. But um, I can understand. I can understand discomfort there. So thank you. Anywho, I really, really, really appreciate all the feedback. I'm striving to be a. Why is the light? Sorry, let's turn down this light. Oh, okay, there we go. Like that light was like, even now it's still like blurry. I don't like that. 1 second, let's fix that. Me a one plus for the money when me get done the pants on my shirt and my shoes and my socks and the Benz when me drive and the bling in on my watch. All right, it's not getting better. Or maybe I'm blind. I don't know. It's fine. It's not that bad. Whatever. Oh, I did wait. I did nothing. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't. I wish I could do it. All right. So let's start off. Thank you all for the feedback. Again, I'm trying to become a better content creator. I even did something the other day that I shouldn't have done because I want the atmosphere to be collaborative. And during the Man's panel, Gary took me out, like I was out of sorts, I think. And my approach to Gary wasn't the best. In truth, I think he deserved all of it. This is not an apology to Gary at all. I don't feel bad for that interaction. However, um, I do feel bad that I canceled the Men's panel out of sort of, in some ways, ego, but more than ego, I think I was disappointed. The disappointment was like really palpable, I think, watching that. It's still uncomfortable for me to watch. And so, like, um, because I was disappointed, I was like, "No, let's just not do it." And in saying that, I completely ignored the amount of work the moderators put into putting the panel together. And a lot of what I have to do is show up and investigate. And if men aren't able to communicate well, then that's content, right? Like we can make the conversation intellectually uplifting or it can be entertainment. And because it was going down the entertainment route, I felt uncomfortable and I withdrew. And I shouldn't have done that, one, without communicating first to the people who helped me put together these panels, which are the moderators. And I think that is absolutely wrong to just make a declaration without consulting the people who are working so hard behind the scenes. And none of them really dragged me for this, but I want to publicly apologize to the moderators who worked so hard on putting together these panels. And I was wrong for kind of declaring from an ego. Like, my ego was that I can show men speaking to each other and disagreeing and having an intellectual conversation or whatever. And when it didn't happen, I got embarrassed by not the people, Gary. And then I wanted to shut it down. So yeah. But so I will talk to the moderators, we will discuss it, and I'm pretty sure we will continue to do it. It is what it is. All right. Now that's being said, let's get into the mess. Let me sip. Let's get into the mess. I am surprised that French actor Jussie Smollett. I'm surprised that French actor Jussie Smollett is still fighting this case. This man is really set on, in the court of public opinion, y'all gonna believe him. Y'all, happy Beyonce weekend. Thank you. Happy Beyonce weekend to you all. Happy Beyonce weekend. I don't want to hear anything else in the chat. We are not about the Discord. If you're in the Discord, we are not about to go back and forth in here. Know that you're wrong, and Beyonce is that girl, and this is a Beyonce era. That's that on that. Whether or not you listen to the album is irrelevant. Go and buy it. Jolene might learn her lesson, and it might be a pick-me song still, and you might be going after the wrong person instead of going after your man for going after Jolene, but it is what it is. I'm not going to get into this. I'm going to leave this alone because Beyonce is Beyonce, and that's just that. I will miss seeing you in the background. Oh, it's okay. We're going to go back to 2 streams a week, so I'm excited for that. All right. That out of the way, there's some serious questions that I want to get to before I finish drinking this, and I just start laughing nonstop, uncontrollably. I have the question of, when do we believe people should get a second chance? When should people get a second chance? And sort of when that is deserved, and how do we know it is deserved? Because French actor Jussie Smollett is appealing his case, and the appeal was approved. So the Court of Appeals, Illinois? The Court of Appeal in Illinois is about to listen to Jussie tell us how and why he should not have been charged for faking a hate crime. Now, I don't know when someone deserves a second chance unless I am the one giving the second chance, but I don't think it is when they're not being accountable, right? I assume we as a group will decide, here we go, period. I figured we as a group would decide the only time you get a second chance is if we see remorse, that you take accountability and also responsibility for that which you did. So watching Jussie just going up and down in the court system saying he didn't do this, it was a lie, he's appealing, as opposed to I don't know, checking himself into a rehab and coming out and saying, look, yeah, I was really going through something. I had a mental break, assuming that's what happened. And this is what happened to me. And I apologize, and I will do whatever it takes to win back the trust of the public. Now, will I be trusting him? I don't know. But this appeal, if he did in fact stage a hate crime, is wild to me. It's wild to me that he's fighting this much. All right, I do need this camera to get better because absolutely not. I don't know how to do it. But anyway, so let's read through the appeals. So, blah, blah. Illinois High Court has agreed to hear an appeal from Jussie Smollett more than 2 years after the former Empire star was convicted of orchestrating an elaborate hate crime hoax against himself. That sentence is wild. The state Supreme Court on Wednesday disclosed that it has agreed to hear Mr. French actor's appeal after a lower court, after a lower appeals court upheld his 2021 conviction on 5 counts of disorderly conduct. All right. So it was a 2-1 decision to hear the case. So now Mr. Jussie is going to have to, I'm just going to say Jussie from now on. He's going to have to go to the court and prove that the lower court was wrong in their judgment. And so I'm kind of confused as to why. Because, like, the actors' legal team argued this dismissal was part of a deal between Smolley and prosecution in which the charges were dropped after he agreed to forfeit the $10,000 he paid in a bond and complete 16 hours of community service. Now, there was an issue that happened. There was an issue that occurred where there was an agreement reached, and then the agreement was removed, and they continued with the kind of prosecution. And I don't fully understand. This is the part that I don't understand. I don't understand why Juicy. Sorry, it's hard to keep saying Juicy. It's really hard to understand why he's pushing this, because I feel like the public is very forgetful. So if you literally come out with a good project, and maybe you can't get any project, maybe if you come out with something good, if you do, like, people's memory when it comes to celebrity is really, really short. And this is not, it should be a career ending situation, and I don't feel like it is. And so seeing you in the news again for your appeal is wild. He's still claiming that he's a victim of an attack of 2 men. And girl, it don't feel like you were attacked. Like, if y'all remember, the 2 men were these Nigerian trainers who trained him, and there were money being exchanged from Juicy to them. They were brothers. And there were claims they made that Juicy took them to these kinds of bathhouses. And, like, whatever they did, they're grown people, girl. I don't know what they did. Let me leave that alone. And so it is wild to me for him to be sitting up here after talking about people came, threw a noose around his neck with their MAGA hats on in the cold. I think it was in Chicago, in the, like, at 2 a.m. in sub-zero weather. Like, ain't nobody believed you. Girl, nobody believed you. And so the idea that these were now this was not a hoax is wild. There is a technicality that I hope, and I haven't read through his appeal. I don't actually know if that's public, and I might read through it and do the membership live on this. Where I don't know necessarily that he's fighting to push back against the facts of the case as they were presented and the kind of conviction there, or if the prosecution deal first, and then the pullback on that deal is what he's fighting against. So I think that will be interesting to watch. But this stream is not about Mr. Juicy at all. I am watching it, and I'm watching it because I thought that Jussie Smollett was going to become like the gay icon. I thought he was going to be like the gay icon, the gay. He's biracial, right? The biracial gay icon, where he will make these random movies about gay life and he will go on Glad and talk about homosexuality or whatever it is that he talks about. So, like, to have him create this whole fake hoax thing and pretended like he was attacked to get more social credit, I guess, it's kind of annoying and wild. And I don't think the public is going to forgive you if you continue to push that you didn't do it, it was a lie, while we're all sitting there like, girl, we know you did it. Like, I don't know why you think that we're gonna sit back and have you play in our faces. Like, I don't know why you think that's the strategy you need to take from a PR perspective. Like, I think more people would be willing to listen to you and give you a second chance if they saw real accountability and they knew why you did what you did. So that's that on that. The gay Tupac is still fighting. The gay Tupac is still fighting, and let me know if you all are attempting to fight alongside him. Now, Diddy is still out here. Diddy was spotted with his twins, giving us the peace sign and having a father-daughter date. Might be one of his last. Let me stop. In the wake of his two homes on both coasts of the U.S., you have to have all kinds of money to have these villa types home in like Florida and California, both being raided by police. By police. The U.S. government decided that they were going to send the army, so they're going to send the army, the Navy, the Air Force, the FBI, the CIA. They sent everyone, girl, to the home to break in and find what they needed to find, girl. Everyone, the tanks, submarines, girl, everything went to this man's home to invade it, to find what they needed and take it out, right? So did he want us to see these pictures of him going out and think that he's not think that he's not worried and like literally dying on the inside? Any case, if I were him, I would have been laying low. I would probably not be in the country. Let me stop. I would be here. I would be there to face justice. So now we're back to celebrities responding to this. Celebrities are out here talking, celebrities are getting involved. And the first one I want to talk about is Young Miami. Now, Young Miami was sitting down with Jason Lee. This is an old video that got resurfaced, and I have some questions regarding Young Miami. And I do know that there are a lot of people who are saying, why are we only focusing on Young Miami and not the other women who Diddy has children with or whatever? And I think that's a fair question. For me, though, and I think for most people, Young Miami is the most relevant in that she also have a public-facing image. Her tweets suggesting she is voluntarily a part of the foolishness, which we'll get to, because I think victimhood and then perpetrators of crime tend to go hand in hand, where the perpetrators and the people who volunteer sometimes to engage in degenerate behavior were themselves victims. So I think there is a nuanced conversation there that I'm willing to have you all have in the comment section. I might not be having it directly, but I think it's important to touch on it. But let's hear what Young Miami said to Jason Lee.
Oh. Like, I just had a conversation with somebody the other day. I said, I'm really, like, I'm a, like, with a W. Like, I'm a. But define that, though. Like, I'm a. I just had a conversation with somebody the other day. I said, I'm really.
So, Young Miami said she is a WHORE with with a W. I'm not sure why she's clarifying with a W. All right. Sorry, I need to laugh. Give me 2 seconds. I need to laugh before I can't just get into this. So, what is an HORE? Like, I mean, wait, I thought I got all my laughing out. Wait. What is that? Young man, Carisha girl, what is an HOR? Can she specify that she wait, she specified that she is that with a W. And it's like, what is it without the W, Carisha? Do you think the one with the W is more classy? Like I actually wanted, I wish the Jason Lee person, I wish he would have asked, what do you think the one without the W mean? Because like it almost feels like she's like spelling it in a way to explain like, I mean, I'm not those kinds of that, but I'm the one with the W, and I'm trying to figure out what the one with the without the W mean. Anywho, she's claimed this publicly. She also said she liked golden showers. I googled it. I shouldn't have. And she has an image as a city girl that is very I'm about the bag, right? Please remember to like the stream. It's very, very helpful to me. Right? So she has a very public image about getting the bag and not caring how she gets the bag. I have a problem generally, right? Where people come online, Young Miami, her followers, and all of them are like, the reason you don't like Young Miami is that you're broke. Forget about that. She's rich. She might like golden showers or whatever, but she got money and you were just jealous because you don't have any money. And that kind of flexing is pretty odd to me. It's odd because of the things she had to do to get the money. At some point in Little Rod's amended complaint, he pretty much said that Carisha is a drug mule. Now, Carisha is a drug mule as well. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out a way to actually, because nothing about this is funny. Let me say, nothing about this is funny. See, Miss, can we see those way? Oh, here we go. There. This one is the same one I have on this finger. A period. You're welcome. There it is. All right. Anyway, so Carisha, a city girl who they ruled, was it 2019, 2020? I don't know. One of the two, it's either 2019, 2018, jumped to 2020, 2021. I don't remember if it's 2022, but one of those years, the City Girls blew up. They were act up. You could get whatever. Then went to JT went to prison for scamming and all that, right? All right. The City Girls came back together, and while Carisha is not the best rapper, I wasn't, but y'all were sitting out there saying, oh, they could do well. But as soon as Carisha got her billionaire, she stopped making music essentially, or stopped making any music people like. And she became kind of the representation of what the City Girl was, because that's what they talk about. Get a rich man, spend his money, right? And so when that is your image, right, and you are able to do it, it makes sense that you wouldn't care about music. You get your bag, you go do what you want to do. The question is, what did she have to do behind the scenes to be with this man? She wasn't his girlfriend. And the Little Rod amended complaint essentially said she was what she said she was, right? The complaint amended confirmed that she was, in fact, what she told us that she was. Now, I don't know if she meant to tell us what she was, because I think she thought adding a W to HORE meant that she was just someone who enjoyed certain kinds of things, and it's not necessarily her being on another man's payroll just to be one of the tribe of women that go around and do certain things for this kind of man. And so, I mean, I can understand people feeling disgusted by this reality. This again is a woman who goes online and speak down to people who are everyday working people, who speaks down to people who don't make money, who elevates herself because of her access to money and designer clothing. And when you do that, unfortunately, there's not a lot of empathy or sympathy really aimed your way when things like this come out. Not to mention her tweet aiming at one of Diddy's other girlfriends, I guess, talking about how she could make Diddy make this girl do whatever she wanted this girl to do, the Asian lady. And I find this fascinating because Young Miami all but confessed publicly that she is a part of this. And she's a part of it knowingly. She's a part of what Diddy does knowingly. She all but confesses it, right? From the golden showers to calling herself a WHORE, to tweeting another woman telling that other woman that if she wanted, Carisha, she could make Diddy make that girl do certain things, right? So you've all but confirmed that at least one aspect of this is something that you are very into, that you've engaged with, that you are doing. So it's like, okay, now I'm waiting for you to be arrested. And that's the question now. Should Carisha and has Carisha engaged in a way that is illegal? Now, if Little Rod is telling the truth, apparently she's smuggling drugs across state lines. Who? Where? Let her drug you. If Little Rod's complaint is any kind of truth, then Carisha Carisha is carrying drugs, pink powder, across state lines for Diddy. So when we saw Carisha at the BET Awards holding up a sign, cheering Diddy on, and engaging the way that she's just his public sort of person, but behind the scenes, all that kind of foolishness is happening. Take that and add to it the fact that Carisha Please existed, right? And there's a bunch of people who are saying Carisha is going to be the next Black Oprah. Pause. I still agree that I understand when Carisha said she's going to be the Black Oprah, that people are like, what do you mean Oprah is Black? I understand what Carisha meant. And for y'all to be sitting up here not understanding what Carisha meant when Carisha said she's going to be the black. It's wild. All right. Stepping aside. Putting that aside, y'all were trying to convince me that Carisha got a podcast because Carisha knew how to speak and it was based on her talent, and she was a very engaging speaker and she knew what she was doing, and that is why she got a podcast. And anyone who is not telling Carisha, who got a bunch of awards for her podcast, which, mind you, Diddy told Little Rod that if he did what he wanted, Diddy wanted Little Rod to do, then Little Rod would be getting a Grammy, mind you. So that happened. But y'all wanted to tell us that Carisha Please was such a good podcast. It is so amazing. Carisha is so articulate. She knows everything that she's doing. She's so good. And that's why she got a bunch of awards, because her podcast at the time, which only had 3 episodes, was able to compete with other Black podcasters. And the other Black podcasters just needed to step their game up. They needed to work as hard as Carisha. They needed to be as articulate as Carisha. They needed to get these guests that were good as Carisha. Y'all were dragging not y'all, but people were dragging these people online talking about they were just jealous. Meanwhile, Carisha got that podcast because ... All right. Enough on Carisha. Enough negative on Carisha. Is it possible, though, without infantilizing women, to hold that Carisha and Diddy also had a power dynamic that made it very difficult for Carisha to say no, right? I know that is a hard statement to digest because of Carisha's own statements about what she likes to do, Carisha attacking the other Diddy girls, right? I understand why that's a hard thing to metabolize. While it is, I do think, while I don't think you should accept this as truth, I think you should think about it. There is no evidence to suggest right now that Carisha was forced into this. But we know generally that the people with power who abuses their power tend to do that with pretty much everyone they're involved with, right? When a person is known for weaponizing their power, access, resource, celebrity against other people to get them to do what they want, as has been told by a myriad of people who've worked with Diddy, even if it's not sexually, in terms of business, pressuring people to take their masters, using and disregarding the artists that came under him. While we can talk about agency, and we should, I think it would be, from my perspective, it would be completely, it would be wrong. I won't say completely. It would be wrong of me to not hint at the possibility that Carisha could have been a victim in some ways. Do I believe this? I don't fully know yet, right? I would have to investigate the dynamics between Carisha and Diddy. And what we do know is that a lot of times people who are victims don't even know they're victims, right? But I'm not going to victimize Carisha because I don't know. I just think that it would be irresponsible of me to not point out that people who've been through trauma, people who are experiencing trauma, processes it very differently than what other people would expect them to do, right? And so the fact that Carisha is online arguing with someone and weaponizing Diddy's position and her position also to Diddy against another woman being forced into doing other things, the fact that Carisha is on Diddy's platform, mind you, Diddy gave her the show saying that she likes golden showers, right? The fact that she's calling herself a WHORE as opposed to an HORE, her words, not mine, does not negate the fact that there is possibility for victimhood there. And I just don't want us to completely ignore the fact that even though someone might present in a way that you don't like, that you might find deplorable, or that it confirms that they are not a victim, even when people act that way, in this case, the city girl image, does not mean they're not victims. And I just wanted to underscore my discussion on Carisha with that. I don't want to not leave room for the nuance that exists when a person is victimized. All right. Oh, let me read the chat. Before I go on, let me move on. Yeah. Wait, what are people saying? Are people dragging me in the chat? Sorry, I closed the chat because I knew people wouldn't agree with me on the Carisha thing. So I want to hear it. I'm not letting y'all shape my opinion. Carisha was just flexing. I see her as somewhat as a victim. I don't want to say she's a victim or she's not a victim. I don't know what I see her as. You know what I mean? And there are men, the way that I read, this is complete speculation on my part, right? So I apologize for it in advance. The way that I read Cassie's complaint is that, and the conclusion I got from it that was not explicitly stated, is that Diddy is jealous of these women and he makes them do what he wants to do. Yeah, that's that's how I, because it's almost like it's almost like plucking a beautiful flower and messing it up because of jealousy, destroying it because of jealousy. And I'm not saying this is true, mind you. This is just kind of how I interpret what is coming out. So yeah, let me find another comment. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying she's not an accomplice, right? And if she has done something illegal, she should be held accountable. And I don't think one has to see themselves as a victim to be a victim. Scorpio has been a member for 19 months. Thank you so much. If Miami comes out and says something besides she was down for it, then we'll consider that. As of now, she's been claiming to be a willing participant. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying she is a victim. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying that there should be room enough, even when we're holding her accountable for the things that she's done, for her to be able to say, I am a victim, or for her to express herself. Not to say that's going to stop you from being hauled into court for being a drug mule, right? Like, unless you were forced to do that, right? Or like the contract required that you go publicly and pretend like you're okay with this. But I do think what I'm doing, Scorpio, treads the line of infantilizing her. And I do not want to do that. I want to say she's a grown woman who can make her own decisions, and that she chose to do this. She did it willingly and knowingly. But I don't fully agree with that, because one, I don't know. Imagine a billionaire like Diddy, in the rap industry that you're in. I am trying to imagine an interaction where the power imbalance would allow for someone to freely engage in the kind of agency we know human beings to have, right? And I don't really see it. But again, so more theory than actual statement. Again, no, I know you're agreeing with me. I agree with. I know I saw your comments before. I know you're agreeing with me. I wasn't speaking to you specifically, but I appreciate the clarification. How do I put this? So the patriarchy requires women to withhold access and men to engage in getting access, right? That's the kind of basic framework. In that framework, there is a kind of let's call it seduction. I talked about this on the Discord earlier today. There's a kind of seduction that occurs, right? Where the man has to engage in a kind of seductive play, usually around his wealth and status, even his own beauty, right? To get women to acquiesce to him, i.e., give him access, right? There is a point at which the seduction becomes manipulation. The seduction becomes fraud, fraudulent. The seduction becomes manipulation again. It becomes force, or it becomes something that we should recognize as morally reprehensible, right? The point at which seduction becomes that other thing, I don't think is always a clear-cut line, right? And so I'm only talking about this coercion, possible coercion, in terms of with Young Miami or Carisha, with Diddy. When do we say she willingly engaged? And I'm not just talking about her, I'm just talking generally. When do we say a person just willingly engaged in an activity versus when they were either manipulated, forced, or coerced into it? When there is this kind of burden to seduce, right? And it's not always clear. And because of that reality, I hold space, I think, generally for nuance. And Coco the attorney, I probably shouldn't point this out. I think it is a totality of the circumstance type test where we look at a case by case basis of interaction to figure out what is coercion, what is seduction, what is legally allowed versus what is immoral or not legally allowed. I think that's kind of like a general thing where it's like, again, a totality. Yes, Coco, the attorney, and I had a discussion. She said I can say it. And we were kind of trying to dig through exactly Themis is saying what I was trying to express. Oh, thank you. Because the Discord is private, I didn't know if I should say it. So she said I can say it. Coco, the attorney, and I were really engaging this morning in what I think was a meaningful discourse around this very topic about when seduction becomes something more and when it should be legally there should be legal liability. And then the underscore that with the kind of test we would do has to be, because we can't do one size fit all because the circumstances are so different for different people. It becomes a kind of case by case basis where we are looking at the totality of the circumstances where the engagement occurred to decide, is this general kind of seduction or is it more? Is it using your money power and privilege to get women to acquiesce to you? Is that always bad? And when is it bad? So thank you, Coco. I didn't know if I could. It was both of us going back and forth and talking, but I didn't know if I should talk about it. So thank you. All right. So that done, let's go to Tyrese. Because these people are just coming out one by one, and it's really like annoying to me because Tyrese wants to defend Diddy, right? And I think a lot of people want to defend Diddy. The defense is never, he didn't do it, mind you. The defense is the Charlemagne, the God, and DJ Envy type defense, where they're like, what about his kids? I don't want to see a black man get taken down. That is the defense. That is not a defense. So, Tyrese, I want to do a million march on the child support court to prevent paying child support. Gibson decided that he wanted to defend Diddy and that he made a video that we're not going to watch, right? Tyrese, I want to be Latino, come out here talking about, oh, the love and care that this man has shown me. Girl, we don't care what he has shown you, right? So let's read what Tyrese had to say, because here is so annoying. This man is so annoying. He goes, oh, let me make this bigger, sorry. What I can't do, we don't care. Immediately, Immediately, we don't care what I can't do and what I won't do is downplay the laughter, the fun, the energy, the inspiration, the award shows, the studio session, the most legendary part. Let me do this. I haven't done this in a while, so let's do it. What I can't do and what I won't do is downplay the laughter, the fun, the energy, the inspiration, the award shows, the studio session, the most legendary parties. Pause. The most legendary parties. Was Tyrese at these? Wait, not Tyrese. Y'all think Tyrese about to get subpoenaed? Y'all think Tyrese about to get subpoenaed? Because if I were on, if I were on the case, if I were the government right now, I would be on the internet watching, looking for everyone because I'm subpoenaing. Everyone is getting you're giving me a testimony. You are. All right. Let's continue. Legendary parties and events I've ever attended in my life, and I can't also act as if my high school backyard parties throughout South Central LA wasn't the craziest parties ever because of the bad boys on slew of hit music I don't condone nor do. You need to get hooked on phonics, that's what you need to do. I don't condone nor do I support abuse, bullying, sexual assault, or anything that is currently being alleged. But what I can do is turn the blinds on how much this means to me and all of us and what he has done for the community. What has he done for the community? Tyrese, what has Diddy done for the community outside of steal people's music and lie and abuse people and promote degeneracy? And even if you can come up with some random things like he did, like host a panel with Candace Owens, right? Even if you can do that, does that mean he should not face consequences for his actions? Like, that don't make no sense. And this is this is such a terrible defense. It's like, we don't care, girl. What you need to do is tell us, do you believe he did what people said he did? Okay, yes. Should he be punished? Oh, that's what you want to say. No, he shouldn't be punished. Why? He should not be punished because of all the good he did. Absolutely not. Allegedly. And by doing all of this, what you are doing is saying that you condone abuse and bullying, by the way. Talking about, I don't condone it. However, you condone it. What I can't do is turn the blinds on how much this means to me and all of us. No, it just means to you. Don't speak for all of us. And are you talking about the Latinos, girl? Because you definitely, anyway. And what he has done for the community of music and culture. Don't worry, I'm the only one crazy enough to jump out there and say what most of you want to say, but you don't have the balls to do so because it's very normal for people to be going through a rough patch. Girl, if you think this is a rough patch, you calling this a rough patch is wow. When the entire military show up to your house and drag your sons out and are in there looking for evidence, I don't think this is. By the way, I know it's not the military. I'm joking. I'm trying to use humor in a way to address this topic as opposed to just like being boring and annoying. So I know it's not the entire military. And if you're correcting me again in the chat, please don't. Because I'm going to continue saying the military, girl. Do you mean? How much this means to me and all of us. don't worry, I'm the only one crazy enough to jump. I mean, at least out there and say what most of you want to say. This is not what we want to say. I promise you, most of us don't want to say this, but you don't have the balls to do so because it's very normal for people. Apparently, your PR team also didn't want to say this because none of them proofread this or actually wrote it for you, because I can keep reading these run-on sentences. A perfect example here of why we need to invest in more schools. Because what is this? Like, if you're emotional, go sit, write it in Word document, throw it on the computer, I don't know, and figure out, get a proofreading software to go over it and then post it. Because I don't actually know what you're saying outside of I'm trying to defend Diddy. So, because it's very normal for people to be going through a rough patch and we all sit back and make a mockery of it, but I am not gonna do that. I am praying for Diddy, his kids, his family, his mother, and all the alleged victims that's in the middle of trying to simply have their voices to be heard. Girl, oh my God, log off the computer. That's what you need to do. In any case, you are praying for the victims and you're praying for Diddy. Okay, good. Then pray the prayer that we are all praying for. That is justice. That is for the truth to come out. That's the prayer we want. We shouldn't be caring about Diddy's children, his family, and mother more than Diddy. Diddy has his sons all up and through these people's complaint. What do you mean? Little Rod was talking about being in a studio where Diddy and his son and a friend went into the bathroom and both of them walk out allegedly, and the boy they went in there was on the floor because they shot him, allegedly. Diddy should be caring more about his family and children and mother than us. Little Rod alleged that Diddy said, I will go do something to my mom. What do you think I'm going to do to you? And you are expecting us to care more about Diddy family and his children more than him? Girl, ain't nobody got time for you and your... This is what I hate. I hate cowards. I do not like cowards. I despise a coward. If you want to defend him, sit in your defense of him. Don't come out here and make this wild statement about what we should and should not care about. We do not care. You come out here and you defend him. You stand in what you want to say. You do it. Don't talk about, oh, you are saying what you think all the people are trying to say but are too scared to do. You're not a messiah. You do not speak for anyone but yourself and the degenerate people who want to defend Diddy. That's who you are speaking for. Talking about we should care about his family. Why didn't Diddy care about his family? Why didn't Diddy care about his sons? Why didn't Diddy care about his mother? That was his responsibility, not ours. So you do not get credit. You do not get points for jumping on the internet talking about, oh, we need to pray for him. Yes, I pray for Diddy. I pray for Diddy, and I pray that he gets the justice that he deserves. I pray, whether it is utilitarian or retributivist, that he is locked up for all of these allegations. If he did it. I have to add the if he did it, by the way. And no, when I say I pray for justice for Diddy, I don't mean that he gets away. I mean that he gets the consequences for the behaviors that he actually engaged in. Sitting up here talking about I'm praying for Diddy because I went to his parties and his parties were lit. He made me able to throw parties that were lit when I was a child. And what about it? We should care about his kids. No one is crazy enough to do what I'm about to do. You probably shouldn't have done it. If you think, oh my God, what I'm doing is crazy, no one is crazy enough to do what I'm about to do, you probably shouldn't do it. In the same way, you probably shouldn't be online crying, whining about paying child support. You shouldn't be online crying and whining and begging men to come to the court to appeal, to force the court into making you not pay for your child. Probably should have thought twice about that. Probably should have thought twice about saying he wanted to be Latina. And I put an A there intentionally. Then he goes on. So, wait, before I can trying alleged victims that's in the middle of this. He's praying for the victims in the middle of this because he knows that they're simply trying to get their voices heard. Their voices being heard means that he faces some consequences. That is what it means. It doesn't mean that we just want to hear people talk. No, we want there to be a movement in the realm of justice as it relates to Diddy for what he has allegedly done. Sitting up here talking about you're not praying for anyone but degenerates. You're praying that he is free. And that is disgusting. Talking about, I am doing what y'all are too afraid to do, even though you want to do it. I promise you, if I wanted to defend Diddy, I would. I don't. There's no part of me that wants to defend anything this man has ever done. None. I love this brother. He's been nothing but kind and generous towards me. And that's the way I feel praying for. Girl, ain't nobody care. I'm sure he was nice and generous to you. Probably took you shopping too. I love this brother. He's been nothing but kind and generous towards me. And that's the way I feel praying for more of a better outcome of all of this is happening. Girl, what is this? Let's try to decipher what's happening in this sentence. I love this brother. He has been nothing but kind and generous towards me. And that's the way I feel praying for more of a better outcome of all of this is happening. Girl! I can't. I literally cannot. An example of how the system has failed us. God bless you, Diddy, if you ever need to call me and just need a listening. Just need a listening here. I'm right here, bro. I can't. I cannot. Not Diddy, if you ever need to call me and just need a listening here, I'm right here, bro. Yeah, why not messaging directly? It's swallowed up. I'm just swallowed. Ain't nobody got time for Tyrese. So Cassie's attorney came out and they let us know that Cassie is willing to support law enforcement when it's Cassie is ready and willing to support law enforcement whenever they seek to prosecute. Hopefully, this is the beginning of a process that will hold Mr. Combs responsible for his depraved conduct. The fact that people are online, wait, 1 second. The fact that people are online crying about how this is an attempt to take the black man down is wild to me. This is not the person you throw your hat to behind. This is not the person. So that Tyrese is out here talking about Diddy has been generous to him. Diddy invite him to parties. Diddy is his one and only sweet lady. Will you be his sweet lady for a lifetime? I'm not sure why Tyrese think we care. The fact that you enjoy Diddy, Tyrese, the fact that you enjoy Diddy's parties, the fact that you look up to Diddy, the fact that you love Diddy, the fact that Diddy is your inspiration, that he cares for you, that he's always been kind to you, it doesn't matter. When it's time for character witness, we will call you. When it's time for character witness, we will call you. Now, while you're talking about how great a guy he is, my question to you is, do you think he did it? My question to you is, do you think he did it? I want to know that. I want to know that. Now let's get into Stevie J, because we're going through these one by one. And I thought I would be done with this within the hour, but apparently not. Y'all are cutting up in the chat and sidetracking me. Tyrese can sing. I actually really like Tyrese's voice. Maybe should have said that while I'm dragging. I do. I think he's a really good singer. Just sound like a goat. I like that raspy goaty voice. He's defending him in the hope someone else will defend him when the FBI is going to knock at his door, licking feet, hoping for a Latina in period. No, I do. Wait, no. I mean, I already said it. So let me explain. I like Tyrese's singing voice. It sounds raspy and goaty and like, it's almost like it's about to struggle. You know what I mean? It's almost like it's like not quite there, and like it's like using your throat to sing instead of your diaphragm. And so it feels like if you continue, it becomes raspy, but it doesn't actually become raspy. So it's like almost a struggle. Like I like it. I think it's really good. Look, I'm not. Wait, that's not a drag. I promise you that's not a drag. It's just like you can hear pain. Like you can hear in his voice that all his life he had to fight. Even though he doesn't anyway. I feel like someone here knows what I'm talking about. Somebody here I'm laughing because like let me go in the Discord. My Discord always gets me. My Discord never drags me. So nope. They're not helping me. They're not helping. Anyway, let's go to Stevie. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to Stevie. Now, apparently, there are videos. The video that Little Rod included, or the screenshot of the video that Little Rod included in his complaint, wasn't actually Stevie. The person who was in there came out and was like, "It's me. I want the promo from this. Y'all come watch my videos. I am that guy. It's not Stevie. It's not Stevie. Stevie? Stevie?" So Faith Evans' husband, or ex, are they divorced? I don't know. I didn't look into that. Ain't nobody got time for the foolishness. Stevie is out here, and 50 Cent is gonna troll. If 50 Cent don't do a thing, he gonna troll, right? So he's out here trolling Stevie J, and Stevie J goes under there to say, get your money, Curtis. We know this entertainment, but ain't no truth to that. So he's denying claims that he was. Okay, there's no good way. Girl. So for the sentence that I was about to, provide you all, for the sentence that I was about to really give you, there were words, and I promise you this just happened. There were words in my head moving up and down like a slot machine, and I'm like clicking it to put the words together. And none of the words I could say. But if you read the Little Rod, everyone knew what I'm talking about. If you read the complaint, you know what Little Rod was alleging. So that Stevie J was engaging in that kind of stuff, right? Swallowed up. You've been swallowed up. And so 50 is trolling him, and he decided that he wanted to fight he wanted to fight 50 Cent, right? So he made a video. Let's watch the video of him telling 50 he wanted to fight him or whatever. But let's hear it.
Good, man. You and your feelings about Daphne? Cause she would gang them? Or is it that you sucking little rod? However it go, I want you to fade. All that. Since it's entertainment, let me beat the shit out of you on TV or something. Don't duck that. I'm calling you out. What you want to do, Curtis? Curtis, what's good, man?
All right. The allegation, by the way, is that he's gay, or at least engages in that kind of behavior, right? And his defense is that let's fight. So let's play this out. If you fight and win, does it mean the allegations are not true? Like, how does fighting 50 Cent solve the allegations being... Yo, one thing these men gonna do is tell you that they want to fight you. That is... if they don't do anything, they're gonna tell you they want to fight. What their words can't do, their fist will. Stevie is out here talking about he want to fight 50 Cent. Now, look, do I care if they engage in this way? No, not really. I mean, it is degenerate. Like, why do you want to fight someone? Just say, you didn't do it. It wasn't me. They caught you on camera. It wasn't you. They even saw you on... 50 came in and he 50 came in and he saw you red-handed sleeping with the I guess a man next door. Look, it is what it is. Like, I don't know if any of this is true, right? But if any of this is true, girl, fighting 50 Cent, even beating 50 Cent up physically, right, doesn't actually change that, like, Lil Rod is alleging that you and Diddy were getting swallowed up. Let me stop. I think I have to stop. I do. I think I have to stop because I'm going to say something that I'm going to regret. So 50 goes on because his baby mother, Daphne, or whatever her name is, got brought up. And the amended complaint lists Daphne as one of Diddy's... I'm trying to say this delicately. As one of Diddy's ladies who gets paid to show up to things. Yeah. So that's... Daphne is listed as one of Diddy's girlfriends. So yeah, that's a good way. Daphne is listed as one of Diddy's girlfriends, the kind of girlfriends that gets put on a stipend to show up to things, right? So Diddy, petty as he is, came out and said, let's zoom in. I didn't know you were an S worker, you little S worker, LOL. Yo, this ish is a movie, right? I don't really care about this. Here, he is now fighting for custody of his child, or claims he's going to fight for custody of his child. Pause. People find issue with the 50 Cent attempting to get custody of his child because the wife is engaged in all kinds of stuff with a man who is alleged to have had children around him, doing all kinds of stuff, allegedly. I feel like this is the right move. So you're not going to get me to say he's wrong for that. Well, Daphne came back and started making all kinds of allegations, right? And let's read Miss Daphne's statement. The statements I pulled from Lovely T. Daphne goes, this is 50 Cent's baby's mother turned Diddy's girlfriend. She says, everything is a joke to you until our safety is compromised, which is happening now. You are wreaking real havoc, frenzy, and chaos onto people's lives. How would you feel if Sarah was the one in handcuffs for nothing? Girl, for nothing? For nothing is a wild statement. Diddy's kids weren't in handcuffs for nothing. So, okay, girl, period. We moved to New York to give you the opportunity to be a father to your son, and you saw him 10 times out of the 2 years that we lived and lived 1 mile away from you. I'm tired of upholding and protecting an image to a son that you have never even earned. Let's put the real focus on your true evil actions of harming me and physically abusing me. You are no longer my oppressor, and my God will handle you from this point on. You have permanently damaged the last hope I had for you as a father to preserve our family with these last and final, girl, period, not the last and final, girl. I thought it was going to be the last and the last and first. Sorry, I'm at last and final, I think. With these last and final false claims made against me, you have broken our hearts for the last. Why does she keep saying last and final? Girl, who told her that? Anyway, she said last and final. Anyway, all right. So there are a couple things here. Whew, whew. These are some serious allegations, right? Do I believe her? Yeah, I do. I don't know if it's real. I don't know if it's false, but do I believe her? I do believe her. I believe that these people are whatever. I believe her. Her timing is suspicious, but it doesn't matter. Go to the police. I think he should also be investigated. It doesn't matter to me. But the point at which 50 is calling Diddy out and you're blaming him for you getting caught up, Daphne, in this mess is wild to me. It is wild to say that 50 trolling you is the reason you're getting attacked. It's the reason people are. Girl, ain't nobody got time for that. It is not. You were named in a complaint as one of Diddy's women, ladies, and that's why you're getting dragged. And him, 50, being the father of one of your child, means that he's probably going to say something. He's probably going to say something. So I don't know why you're whining and crying up here. I do think, though, if 50 did something to you, that you should get the help you need. You should go to the law enforcement office and he should be dragged also, right? So I think it's an interesting series of events. I'm not here to talk about the Diddy case itself. Obviously, this is the backdrop for the conversation. I was just talking about the people involved and just kind of how useless all of the commentary they give around Diddy is. Like, nobody's going to sit here and listen to Charlemagne the God and DJ Envy pretending like they don't understand being raided. I think Sin pointed this out. Sin is on Patreon. By the way, drop Sin's Patreon link. Anyway, the fact that DJ Envy is currently being investigated for fraud, and y'all sitting up here pretending like y'all don't know what is happening is wild to me, right? So that's on one hand. On another hand, it's like watching Tyrese come up on the internet defending this man, pretending like we are all just like delusional for wanting justice. It's also wild to me watching a bunch of men in these comments talking about they just want to take the black man down. It's annoying. And the reason why it's annoying is I am for protecting black people by Black people. Like, I actually like this, but it's the kind of people you protect. I think it says something about what it is that we hold dear, and the things that we allow within the community to say that we have our quote unquote heroes. I don't think Diddy should be considered a hero. There are too many instances of him allegedly, using and abusing people who work with him, work for him, and are in relationship outside of work with him. Right? And so, like, sitting around whining and crying and complaining doesn't really do anything for me, right? Hearing men make comments and videos saying they just want to take him down, they're attacking him, they're afraid of Black man power. It's like, not really. Like, we saw what happened to Kanye with wealth immediately. In like the span of a week, he stopped being a billionaire. Like, I don't think any of these people are actually fearful of us. Like, we haven't developed the political, economic, social power it takes to threaten anyone, right? So it is a wild thing for the conversation to be circled around or be circling around an abuser and sort of sympathizing, thank you, Scorpio, with an abuser, alleged abuser. It's the kind of same conversation we had around R. Kelly. It's the same conversation we had around Bill Cosby. It's weird and it's wild. Like, it's not almost like this, it's exactly this, where they're not denying that he did it. They're saying, even if he did it, he's such a good person and he provides so much, so we should let him get away with abusing other people. That's wild to me. That is absolutely wild to me. All right. So I'm did it out, and let's get into a commercial. Y'all want a commercial break? The commercial is brought to you by Yanni. Yanni posted this on her. Sorry. Yanni posted this on her Instagram account, and I want us to watch it together. Because the live is about to get really messy and annoying, and I'm going to become very, very uncomfortable. I'm going to be very uncomfortable watching not this video, but the videos I have for the latter half. I wish I had a Hafiz commercial. Those were simpler times. Those were the Hafiz era. The Hafiz era were simpler times. Those were the times when men's suits were threaded with success. Those were the days of the standards. The standard men, the top 1%. Demas, I have someone that would love to be on a man's panel, the Simp God from Simp Nation. That's I don't mind. Anyone can go on the panel. Moderators, can you drop the email for the panels? I will be doing the panels, I think. Anyway, the moderators put together the men who are going to be on the panel. Commercial time.
I ain't even gonna do no parts. I'm gonna just tell y'all the whole motherfucking story. All right, cool. So I'm married now, you guys. I've been married for 8 years. I have 3 kids with my husband. My husband is now overseas. He's been over there for about 2 years. When he do come home, he probably come home 3 times out of the year. He stay home for maybe 2 to 3 weeks at a time. All right, cool. I've been lonely. So I end up cheating on my husband. Yes, I cheated on him. He don't know that I cheated on him. After this video, he gonna know, and I'm in some deep ass shit.
What happened to shame? And I don't believe these stories, obviously, but it cannot be that important for you to degrade yourself and go viral this way, right? There is something that is, I think, very regressive while also being very corrosive, I think, to not our culture, but the culture, right? Around TikTok, virality, YouTube, Instagram, all of that. Because at some point, we actually have to engage with the reality that, like, we have internalized the idea that all kinds of publicity is good publicity, and I just want to get myself and my name out there. But what are you going to do when your name and all of that get out there, right? I'm reminded, by the way, of my mom when she told me, it is not that I want you to be successful. She reminded me that she wanted, and I had to define for myself, the person I want to be when I get where I want to go. Because if you don't have that central idea about who you want to be to get where you want to go, then the destination being the only place for you means that you will do anything to get to where you want to go without regard for who it is that you want to be when you get there. And for me, that is so disgusting. A lot of people do say they want to be a millionaire. A lot of people say they want to be famous. A lot of people say they want to have this or that. But very rarely do people talk about the kind of person they want to be when they get to where they're trying to go. And I feel like this is a problem. I think this might be a fundamental problem, because wanting to go viral is one thing, and it's completely fine. But what do you want to go viral for? And this is so true. One of the video that seemed to have been, was going to be one of my most watched video, I privated it. I literally privated it because I got a bunch of messages from YouTube that said this is going like 200% higher rate than all your other video. It was this really terrible video of me talking about Tila Tequila. I was on my way to New York, turned on the camera, recorded a video, posted it, left. When I went to New York, the video was like at I think 15,000 views, which was like wild at the time for my channel. And I literally looked at my channel and I thought about what it is that I wanted my channel to be. And I immediately, not because I disagreed with anything that I said, I immediately privated the video. I unprivated it, so I was trying to mess with the YouTube algorithm so you don't push that out, right? But what you want to be known for, what you want to talk about, what you want to be kind of a part of your brand should be important. Coming online talking about you cheated on your husband, even if it's not true, is a very bad look. Like, this is a very bad look. I can't understand why everyone is like, I just want to be known. Because even if it's true, why are you telling us? Why are you telling us? Why? No, we do not care. I thought this was supposed to be a commercial. My bad. They'll do anything for clout. Apparently. Agreed, Millie.
But it gets worse than that. It gets worse than the cheating. All right, so I ended up going to the bar one night and ended up having a one-night stand with this guy, and it was amazing. So that one-night stand turned into almost an every night stand. But it was just like a sexual relationship. I didn't even really like care to even really get to know the man. It's just I'm married, so it was just whatever my husband couldn't do for me at the time. I was messing with this guy, this young fella, and he fine too. But yeah, I'm messing with this fella. All right, cool. So we've been messing around for maybe 2 years now or whatever, and I'm just now. We used to when we met up, we just get a room, but now it's like, okay, I could come to your house. You can't come to my house because my kids is at the house, but now I'm going to his house. All right, cool. So long story short, today I found out a bitch is pregnant. I am pregnant. My husband is overseas. So there's no way it could be my husband, baby. It got to be this man, baby. I haven't even told him yet. All right. So yesterday, I go to his house and I see this wall and it got the pictures, like the picture collage and stuff. And I'm just now paying attention to it. So I'm looking at the pictures and I'm just like, oh, okay. He doesn't have any kids. So I'm just looking at the pictures and just looking. And then I see a picture of my husband on the motherfucking wall. So I'm just like, The whole time I'm over there, I'm just sitting there like trying to think like, how am I gonna ask him, how do you know that guy that's on your wall? So I done bit off all my nails. You got like I got one more thumb left. I got the thumb left because I'm over there nervous. I'm just biting my nails, just trying to figure out how am I gonna ask him, how do you know this particular man in this goddamn picture? And I'm like, if you know him, then you know he got a wife. So I'm like, was this a setup? Like, cause I just don't know. So I just fucking like after I ate off all my fingernails and we don't watch movie, everything. Like I finally asked. So I go back over to the wall. So now I'm just all right, cool. You just gotta start asking questions like, well, who is this lady? Who is this person? Who is this? So I'm like, who this? He like, that's my mama. Who this your daddy? All right, cool. Now this nigga right here. I ain't saying like that, but you get down to the nigga right here. How do you know him? Who's that? He said, that's my brother. And I'm like, we've been married for 8 years. I ain't never know him to have a brother. So I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, on your daddy's side. So he's like, yeah, on my dad's side. All right, now cool. That's some clarity right there because my husband daddy died way before me and him even met. He said he had some siblings on his daddy's side, but he don't really know like I got some siblings on my daddy's side. I got a whole bunch, I think 7 of them. I don't really know them like that. Like I know them, but I don't even know them like that. So it could, yeah. So my husband ain't really like talk about him like that. They cool or whatever, but he ain't never like, he wasn't never at none of the family functions and nothing like that. That's his daddy side, Some of y'all might not know, but some of y'all that have half siblings, y'all know what I'm talking about. So yeah, so he like, that's my brother on my daddy's side and all this stuff. So I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So he's telling me like, they actually really close, but I ain't never see this nigga. But I'm just like, okay, is he married? He like, yeah, he married. And I'm just like, oh, okay. So I'm like, so do you know his wife? He like, nah, I ain't never met her. She live overseas with him. So I'm like, no, I'm not. In my head, I'm just like, oh yeah. He like, yeah, they got 2 kids in Germany. And I'm just like, motherfucker, I got 3 in my head. So I'm just like, oh yeah. He like, yeah. I talk to him, very frequently. I'm just like, oh, okay. Word. He like, yeah. So I'm like, maybe that ain't him. Maybe it ain't. I'm like, maybe it ain't him. Because I got 3 kids and I live in the United States of America. So I'm just like, okay. So then on the collage, he starts showing me pictures of the pictures I did not see yet, but he's showing me pictures of my husband with his wife. Now, mind you, I'm the wife. So he's showing me pictures of my husband with another woman. So I'm just like, and their kids. So I'm like, yo, this shit is crazy. So, but the crazy thing is, he got 2 boys by this other lady. Well, from what I'm seeing, he got pictures of the kids up here. These 2 boys look identical to my kids. Like, they look the same. And I'm looking like, yo. Then he's showing me, now mind you, I have 3 by my husband. I got 2 boys and a girl. So they got 2 boys. So I'm looking.
The more she talks, the more I don't care. Everyone want to be Risa Tisa, but not everyone can tell a story. And let me remove this so I don't actually go back, because there's nothing there's nothing to go back to. I don't understand where shame went. I don't understand why, even if it's not true, why you would come out and say this about yourself and put this out there like that. I don't understand it. And it's like, times can't be that hard. Like, how did she not know her in-laws? I've been called Cap. Someone said I was engaged. I was not engaged. I checked out. True or not, to put yourself out there and be that, wrong word. it feels like you don't actually have self-respect to be out here doing this and talking like this. That's my feeling at it. I don't feel bad about saying that. So that being said, we have one more commercial
situation.
Show.
But then
because we have two videos that are a mess. We have two videos that are a mess to watch and get through before I go out. So, but before we do that, there is one video. Again, I don't speak on the women in the manosphere. So this is not about her. It's about the person she's talking to. Unfortunately, she's a part of the conversation. Now, actually, drop a 1 in the chat if you think a woman should take her man's last name. Drop a 2 if you think that a woman should keep her name. A 1 if you believe a woman should take the man's last name. A 2 if you believe the woman should keep her last name when they get married. I just want to see where my chat is. I'm looking for my 1s. If there is a 1, I will drop the link. If there's a 1, I will drop the link. If there is a 1, I will drop the link. And I'm not asking you, by the way, if you take your man's last name or if you are going to personally take your man's last name. The question I'm asking is whether or not women should take their man's last name and why. All right. For people who say 1, do y'all want to come up? It's not a debate or anything. I'm not debating. I'm just going to ask you why. I might have some follow-up question, but I don't, like, honestly, I wouldn't judge my child not taking anyone's last name, hopefully, because I would be very embarrassed if they did. I'm sorry, but I'm not judging you. I would judge my child, not you. All right. The last time I saw someone shamed was on Game of Thrones. Period. We walked through the... All right. So we have some 1s. I'm going to drop the link. Please do not copy the link or take the link because if you come up here and you're not a 1, I'm going to remove you. No questions asked. I just want to know. I hope my daughter is like full-blown feminist. Like, I hope my child is like a boy or girl. I hope they're full-blown feminist. I hope that if I have a little girl, that she is like fully, like, not even like hyphenated names. I want my own name. In fact, I might want you to take my name. And they but I can understand why most people aren't. But if I have any say so, which I hope I do, my child is going to be a full-blown feminist. Like a full-blown feminist. All right. No one is coming up, so we're going to move on. None of the people who wanted... Girl, period. I'm not even going to tell you. Like if I had, I probably would not be a great dad actually, because like I would just be. I think people are like, oh, women should be like soft and demure or whatever. I'm like, I hope for the life of, I hope that she's just like, I got this. I want to own things. I want to control things. What do they call them? Masculine. I hope that every man in the manosphere who sees my child would say that woman is masculine. That is what I wish. All right. Since no one is coming up, let's continue. Since y'all don't want to defend your position, let's continue.
In our name, there's going to be a hyphen with responsibilities, because that still suggests that we are egalitarian. We're equal. That's what the hyphen symbolizes. It's a feminist and a liberal construct.
Marriage coaching for that super chat question.
Well, if she wants to ring, she can have a...
Shout out to the divorce. What are your thoughts on hyphenated last name? Shout out to the divorce-proof marriage coaching for that super chat question.
Well, if she wants...
The question is, they needed to give their opinion on hyphenated last name when a woman gets married. So when a woman gets married, if if she wants to keep her last name and hyphenate it and add yours, is that a good or bad thing, right? So let's hear what this man got to say about a hyphenated name.
Wants the ring, she can't have a hyphen in her name. She can be my woman. I don't tolerate that hyphen stuff. If you're gonna be my woman, you're gonna be 100% kosher. You're gonna be 100% kosher. Ain't gonna be no damn hyphenated. No, you're gonna be 100% kosher. You're gonna be my woman because I never saw Christ have a hyphen in his name. He was the son of God.
Tell me that's not the dumbest thing you've ever heard. There are so many reasons to say no hyphenated, right? And they're all terrible from my perspective. Culture, you can say tradition, you can say for the kids to have the same name, whatever, right? You go sit up there and said the reason your wife can't hyphenate her name is because Christ never had a hyphenated name. Why would Christ's name be hyphenated? Is Christ the woman in the relationship in your mind? Who is Christ? Who is? I'm assuming he's mean Jesus Christ, right? Last name Christ, first name Jesus. That was out of pocket. that was out of line. All right. Let's say, yes, Jesus is married, right? Jesus is married. Jesus was married. And Jesus is the man. Why would you use Jesus being married, not having a hyphenated name, to suggest that women shouldn't hyphenate their name? How does that? What's the question about like men hyphenating their name? No, it's about women. It's about women. So even if Jesus was married, some of y'all said Jesus was married, period. Period. All right. Why would Jesus' hyphenated name matter when it comes to women? Like, you could find Jesus' wife and say Jesus' wife never hyphenated her name, Mary Christ. It wasn't Mary Magdalene anymore. Sorry for the religious people who say Mary Magdalene wasn't what people say she was in popular culture. I completely apologize. This is in no way disrespectful, right? So if you said Mary Magdalene and Jesus, for example, were married, which is not Jamal told me, I'm so sorry, Jamal and Alicia. Jamal and Alicia told me this is not true. So, what was was her name like Mary Christ? Was Jesus's bride whatever Christ? Like, you would look to the women or the woman in that scenario to figure out what women should do with their last name. The fact that Jesus didn't have a hyphenated last name literally means absolutely. I just don't understand. I don't understand this logic. Like, I'm trying to wrap my head around what the logic here is. All right, let me ask Kyle. Kyle is a Christian. Let me ask him, was Jesus married? Y'all want Kyle to come back? Kyle's watching, I think. Let me tell him to watch. Kyle, they miss you. All right. All right. Kyle said he's not a biblical scholar, so I need to sit there and eat my food.
God, it wasn't a hyphen in it. He was God's son. And so if you want to be on my team, me.
Yo, he's talking about God and God's son. So he wasn't talking about marriage. He's saying because God, I think he's doing a covering bit. I think he's doing a covering bit where he's saying Jesus was under God's covering and Jesus didn't have a hyphenated name. I mean, I guess Jesus also didn't have God's name, right? It wasn't like Jesus Jireh or Jesus Nishi or like provider and protector. Sorry. It wasn't like Jesus Jehovah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it still doesn't work. So not only did he not have a hyphenated name, he didn't have his father's hyphenated name. But the Jesus Christ God. I promise you this makes no sense. The fact that she's sitting here laughing. Oh, no. Said I can't comment on her. Never mind. Never mind. My bad. My bad. I can't I refuse. Yeah, if Jesus was married, by the way, I don't know that. I didn't know Jesus was married, so maybe I skipped that chapter, but I ain't seen it. Jesus Christ, Holy Spirit, y'all stop. Y'all stop. This is literally out of pocket. This is literally out of line. This makes no sense. All right, let's continue. Because to say Jesus never had a hyphenated last name means that women shouldn't hyphenate their last name makes no sense. It makes zero sense.
You're going to have to take my whole name. Because what women don't understand, it's a great price and a risk for a man to get married. So I need to know that you're invested because a hyphen still says that I have a level of independence where I have an identity outside of you. But if your mission is the mission of your man,
having a hyphenated name means that you have yo, listen. Having a hyphenated name means you have an identity outside of the man, and he's not allowing that. So the wife cannot have an identity. And this is not insecure.
I have an identity outside of you. But if your mission is the mission of your man, then you're going to take my whole name because that means that you're part of my mission and you're part of my team. If you run a football team, the football team doesn't have a hyphen in their name. It's like I'm a Carolina Panther fan. It's a Carolina Panther.
Yo, these analogies aren't working for you, sir. First, it was Jesus not having a hyphenated last name. Now it's the football teams don't have hyphenated names. Girl. He dropped the link. Someone need to come explain this to me. Because I am not afraid to admit that I don't know what I don't know. And right now, I don't know what he's talking about. I have no clue what he's talking about. I literally have no clue what he's talking about. I mean, I'm asking Kyle if he's busy. I need Kyle to come help me decipher this.
Panthers. It's not the Carolina hyphen, whatever, it's just the Carolina Panthers because it's a unified front. And so if a woman want to put a hyphen in her name, then that's a sign of disrespect, in my opinion. It's a sign of liberal indoctrination, and she can stay by herself. Because if you want a hyphen, then you can't be with me because that lets me know that you're not willing and you're not 100% submitted to the mission. A woman can never 100% respect a man until she comes into that relationship, Chantel, willing to work. You got to work for this ring because guess what? If you decide to divorce me,
you gonna work for this ring. You got what I told you gonna you gonna work for this ring is wild. You gonna work for this ring is diabolical. And he's married, I think. I don't know. I saw a ring on his finger. Someone said Kyle can't help this man. He has too much mushmouthery. I don't think Kyle would be trying to help him. Y'all gonna have to work for this thing, period. Being a wife is labor, apparently. You have to work for the ring.
I mean, now half of my assets are gone. So if you want a hyphen, you can't be my woman. Sorry.
Oh, Allah said, amen to that. Oh,
Did she just say amen to the? Sorry. My bad. Too easy.
Sunday sermon. No hyphens, and I agree 100%. I see it as, before marriage, you're under your dad's roof, you have your dad's last name. Post marriage, you're under your husband's roof, you get rid of your dad's last name and you take on your husband's last name. And then it's always so cute when all the kids and the mom and the dad have the same last name. So that was a powerful one. And I agree with you. And I'm pretty sure most men feel like that. I think it's the feminist movement agenda to introduce that hyphenated, because then, as you said, it shows one foot in, 1 foot out.
For that, right.
Yeah,
she's not 100% committed to the mission, but she still expects him to be traditional.
Mhm.
If there's a hyphen in your name, there's gonna be a hyphen with responsibilities.
Being Jamaican right now is wow. For you Jamaican ladies in the chat, I'm so sorry. I want to apologize in advance. Yeah. I refuse to comment on whatever she's saying. I refuse. Let these women make their money in the manosphere.
Because that still suggests that we are egalitarian. We're equal. That's what the hyphen symbolizes. It's a feminist and a liberal construct. And so if she want a hyphen, well, then you can't be my woman, because, as I said earlier, when a man decides to give a woman his last name, that's the greatest honor that you can get from a man. It's his last name. It's the greatest honor.
If it's the greatest honor, you wouldn't have to fight so hard to make them want it and take your last name. I am sure if Elon Musk or one of them billionaire decide to get married, the woman will probably gladly take the last name. There are certain people who probably are like, girl, I'll take whatever name you give me. I respect the name. I'll take it. If you're fighting this desperately to have this woman change their last name to yours, it might not be the great honor you think it is. Someone asked, where do you find these videos? Drag my Discord. They're the ones who kept giving it to me. Every video that we're about to watch from this point on, blame fully my Discord. My Discord is to be blamed for all of the things that we're watching from this point forward. I take no responsibility. You got the same. Y'all got the same. The no accountability having weak A, nothing A wannabes. You got the same one. You're going to sell fruit by the roadside and scrap metal for the swing. The king's already told. Period. Y'all can. You got notice. You can't say you didn't know. You guys got the same. Let me stop.
That you can get. So it's an insult that you say that you got to put a hyphen on it, because the gospel say that when a man and woman come together, she'll leave her husband, her father, and she'll cleave unto her husband. They become one flesh. A good father gives his daughter over to the man, her husband, and then
y'all. These people don't even see y'all as human beings. They said a good father gives the daughter over to the husband. What choice? What agency? What do y'all mean, agency? Here you go. Yeah, you can keep her now. This is wild. This is wild. Thank God for feminism, girl. Thank God for feminism. These men just want to run amok.
she's under his authority and his protection and his provision. Even though she might got her own money, and even though she still can work, we get all of that, she's still under that masculine umbrella of her husband. So a hyphen.
So you hear that. Everything the man can retain, the power, all of that, but she can still work. What do you mean? What do you mean? So she gonna work and she gonna contribute to the household, but she is an object that you own that cannot hyphenate her name, because how dare she have an identity outside of you, but she gonna work and contribute to the household. Period. It's definitely giving submissive provider. It's da 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 da.
Symbolizes that I still have an identity outside of you being my rightful king, my rightful lover, and my protector.
100% right. Shout out to you for that, and shout out to for that question.
All right. So if you want bangers such as that, you guys can go to Chantel Simone, apparently. Period. I can't comment on that. So let's move on. All right. So we are at the main event. This is what we were building up to. These videos are, I was going to make standalone videos, but I decided, no, I'm going to do a live stream on this because it's going to be too long. Can we truly discuss the imaginary protection? Right? Like the likelihood for abuse tremendously and assault tremendously increase with your proximity to men in terms of relationship, right? And so that is wild. What team is Jamaicans going outside with this one? Yeah. Girl, yeah. We down a couple points, girl. We down a couple points. It's fine. It's fine. We gonna bounce back. We gonna bounce back. We gonna bounce back, man. All right. So there are two videos. The first video is about men and insecurity, right? The personification of insecurity. The second video is about delusion, right? Which one do y'all want to watch first? Y'all want to get delusional? You want to get into the delusion first, or do you want to get into insecurity? Drop a 1 for insecure and a 2 for delusion. 1 for insecure and a 2 for delusion. I have to keep saying that because I'm going to forget what numbers mean because I didn't write any of this down. All right. Numbers are coming in. All right. Y'all said 2. So we're going to jump into delusion first. All right. Delusion it is. Let's do it. All right. So, a young man, apparently there's a show called Social Proof. It's apparently really big. And people apparently come on here to like test their business idea and talk about business and improving their business, girl. This man comes on there saying he wants to be a public speaker. And I can't give anything else away. So let's watch it together. I've watched this before. Unfortunately, I like watching it in real time with you. But this one I've already watched. This lady had me wanting to ask all the Rita and the side chicks question. 1 love for you, 20 love for brother Bob, right? Apparently there's a TV show called Real Side Chicks of California. And if y'all figure out where to watch Real Side Chicks of Cali, let me know. Because that's a while. Anyway, just let me know. Because I may or may not be reviewing this show for members only if I find out how to watch it. Because it looked like where there's no pride, there is no self-respect. I don't know the phrase, but that's what I'm going to say.
Respectfully. You gotta work on your storytelling ability. You suck, your business sucks, and you'll never be successful. How many people paid you $5 grand? You never lied to anybody? Okay, real quick. Anything you see in here? It's over, bro. What's your belief system? My job is to make you fail. My job is to make you quit. My job is to make you cry. But if you survive it, success is on the other side. Welcome, man. It's a hot seat.
Appreciate it.
How do you feel about this hot seat so far?
So far,
Because you saw somebody else.
it was. I mean, it's dope. I mean, I just think it's dope. I don't got no feel like I'm supposed to be.
I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, you go on a date, once you feel away.
Nah, I get what you're saying. One thing, my nerves is real bad. I ain't gonna lie.
All right. Sorry. I needed to mute my mic, so I apologize for that in advance. So this makes me cringe. I get really bad secondhand embarrassment. I get really, really bad secondhand embarrassment. And so I was supposed to review this a long time ago, and I couldn't do it. I just couldn't. And I thought I had the ability to do it now. I think I can do it. We got this. Let me drink some more of my juice.
I'm legit, my nerves is very bad. I get the jittering and stuff, but I guess that's normal for me because I know myself. So
it's all good. You're from New York, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
What part?
How you figure? Brooklyn.
How did I figure? You know how, bro, what?
I'm from Jersey. Yeah,
I'm from Jersey, but like that, yeah, you definitely have the Brooklyn accent. You got a New York accent for sure. So what do you do?
Right now, so as far as my business,
just period. What do you do?
I work for it right now, working to get out the post office.
Oh, you work in the post office?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And what's the business? Huh?
I got one of the sweetest jobs in the post office, actually. But that's the challenge. But
what is it?
What's the job?
Yeah.
Maintenance. I used to do manhandler work. I used to be touching mail packages and all that. I transferred out here. I got a maintenance position, and they said that's the best kept secret in the post office because they don't really
good money,
top pay.
Oh, to do what?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I mean, if I'll be out now, but I mean, maintenance, right? Like custodial work.
Okay.
I fix little things here and there. But
gotcha. So you chilling.
I came out here, folks mad at me. I'm like, I just applied.
Yeah, for sure. And so what's the business?
It's speaking business. Speaking.
Oh, gotcha. What do you speak on?
People get on me when I say this, everything motivation. Because what do you speak? So I'll say adversity.
Adversity?
Overcoming adversity.
So he's a skip. All right. So his business is that he's a public speaker. He has a speaking business where he speaks on self-improvement. I'm sorry, I get uncomfortable. I'm so sorry. It hasn't really happened yet. So like y'all don't know why. Some of y'all don't know why it is that like I'm so anxious. Where is wake up can't come up. It is anxiety inducing for me. All right, let me play it. I'm gonna play it. I'm so sorry. I don't know why. I just feel so weird about.
Tell me how to overcome adversity.
Survive it.
I
got a whole. All right. So this is what I do. And I don't want to make it sound like too much because I was talking with somebody. I was talking with my uncle about this the other day. Like, yo, Jai, what you speak on? I said adversity, but then I went into the whole nine. I said, like, do you know what have you ever heard of EEO?
EEO, no.
A lot of people in the I guess corporate America or the business world, they know what that means. That's an equal employment opportunity.
Okay.
Say somebody filed a case on you because you wasn't being treated equal, whatever. But I got this formula called EEO. EEO while applying CPR.
Applying equal employment opportunity, or you have your own definition.
Exceeding, excelling, and overcoming.
Exceeding,
excelling,
and
overcoming. See, it's a lot, but it's EEO.
Excel is E, right?
Exceeding, excelling.
I'm thinking of acceleration.
Nah,
excel. Okay, exceeding, excelling, and what's the O?
Exceeding, excelling, and overcoming. While in the midst of adversity.
Yep.
While applying CPR.
What's the CPR?
Commitment, perseverance, and resiliency.
Okay. Explain the EEO part.
The EEO is basically exactly what it says: exceed, excel, and overcome. How do you? I'm sure you'll probably ask how you do that.
How do I exceed, excel, and overcome?
I'll say for the most part, you're gonna have to pay me for that session.
What?
You gotta pay me for that session.
I have to pay you for the session to teach me how to exceed, excel, and overcome.
Yes. I'm messing with you now. I'm trying to turn tables a little bit.
It almost looked like you had to buy a little time because you didn't really know how to explain it.
So
explain this.
Really, in a nutshell, I do.
Okay.
I do. So, and it's basically you just got to survive. You got to outlast it. It's a whole. I don't want to go into.
Yeah, I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed. So, there are things in life that we want to do. It doesn't mean we have. No, I can't say that. This man just came up with a bunch of acronyms and decided that he was going to throw the acronyms at you, and that is how he's going to become a public speaker and give you self-confidence. What do you mean EEO while applying CPR? What does any of this mean? You can't just create a random acronym and think that you can now become a public speaker. Like, what do you mean? All right.
To a whole ramble about it, but that's basically exceed, excel,
I'm
and overcome.
asking you to teach me how to exceed, excel, and overcome.
All right, David. So pardon me. You You survive it. You outlast it. Give me an example of like a type of adversity. Right? It could be anything. You don't got to get into you survive it.
I don't feel.
You created the acronym. You want to be a public speaker. You want to motivate people. And you're going to sit there talking about. You guys sit there, give me an example. No, that's a one-on-one coaching. Explain your acronym. Explain where it comes from. Explain how it applies to your life. Explain why people can generally apply to their life. Talk about it more generally. You can't just keep repeating the acronym over and over and over, thinking that you're doing something so you're not. Also, it doesn't seem like you're very good at public speaking. This, mind you, is a skill you can learn. Actually, one of the most endearing things for me is when someone seems afraid to speak, but they lean into that, express it, and then power through actually knowing what it is that they're talking about, right? So the fear itself of public speaking, your anxiety, which can be a fuel for you to give a very beautiful speech if you need to, you don't have that currently. And it's not just because you are afraid right now, you just don't know what you're talking about at all. The fact that you have the audacity to sit up there talking about you're going to teach people how to excel, overcome, or whatever, is wild to me. The fact that you sat there and you thought, you know what I should be doing? I should be teaching people public speaking. I should be teaching people how to excel and overcome and apply CP. Why? What you should have thought is I need to learn to do these things first. And maybe if I get to do it well, then I can go and, I don't know, teach after I've learned it. The fact that you want to skip the learning phase to the teach and head straight into the teaching phase is wild. Like how you want to jump to the conclusion. You just want to skip the hard work. You want to skip the part where you're doing something and just jump right into telling people how they need to live their life when you can't even. Can't say that. Please. I don't know how to do that. I don't know if you're talking to me, but I'm going to sneeze now. I don't know how to do that. Oh, I thought I was going to sneeze. Never mind. Glad to know his audacity came with draft energy. Yo, this man might not have a lot, but audacity he's filled with.
Feel to inspire or motivate, right? You're a motivational speaker, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I'm asking you simply to teach me how to do what you tell all these people to do.
You survive it. You outlast it.
That's the whole answer. The way you exceed, excel, and overcome is you survive it.
It's simple.
Is it?
I mean, it really is. People.
Was it daft? That was the I could have sworn I saw an R. If I hope I didn't say there was a mistake and I read it correctly and said draft instead of daft. Girl, not my food on its way. We'll see. I have to run downstairs in a second.
People make it difficult because they, of course, everybody, we humans, we got feelings. Everybody getting any feelings. Everybody getting any feelings about everything. You're going through a rough time. Of course you're gonna get it. Just survive it. Outlast it. There's this outlast whatever the adversity is.
Okay, what's your adversity right now?
My adversity right now is because I'm tempted about saying it, but I'll keep it G. I'll keep it real. It's marriage, right?
This man just said his adversity is his marriage. Wait for it. Wait, give me a second. Y'all take a minute to breathe while I go and grab my food. It should be at the door. Sorry, this is so unprofessional. But we're friends here, right? Yo, why did the person who brought me my food look exactly like my dad? That was wild. Negril. Negril grill. Got my Jamaican food together. Whew. He looked exactly like my dad. I was like, father? I didn't say that. Can you imagine? I opened the door like, father, you came home from getting milk. Wait. Is needed to unlock the king's wisdom.
Marriage.
Oh,
We get spicy like
talking good right now. Yeah, it's tough.
it's tough.
How long you married?
7 years.
7 years. I'm 5 in.
I heard
We need to have a session together,
We
like a little
do.
therapy session, bro. This ain't easy.
no, cause that's real. And
For
when,
sure.
when I first got
The
married,
kids?
2 by my wife.
Why you say it that way?
You got any kids? You got any kids? 2 by my wife is nasty work. A response to, do you have any kids? A response to that being 2 by my wife. Girl, the fact that a quick answer to that would have been yes. A quick answer to that, oh my God. Just say yes. You're talking too much now. You're talking too much. Do you have any kids? Yeah, I have kids. How many? 3. They're not going to say, the next question will not be, how many by your wife? That's not what the next question. You can literally just say, yeah, I have kids. And they probably ask how many. And you say 3. Do you love them? Do you have a story with them? Whatever. He's trying to get you to understand or explain rather what EEO and CEO means or whatever. Like CPR. Why are you telling on yourself? 2 by my wife is insane. A response to, do you have any kids? Your response being 2 by my wife is insane. It's not okay. And like, he was not even being fed up. It didn't feel like, it was like a whatever.
You know why?
2 by.
I'm overcoming. I'm overcoming this adversity.
You got 2 by your wife, which means you got some other ones.
I have 1 more.
How old is that 1 more?
He is turning 2 in December. Exceeding, excelling, and overcoming. I'm surviving it. I'm 2 years past.
You're not surviving it. It's something that you did.
Oh, most definitely. But I'm still, me and my wife, we still rocking. Like I'm
This man said he's surviving it, girl. He's surviving him having a child on his wife. While he's with his wife, he went out and had a child, and he's out here talking about he's surviving it. Me and my wife surviving it, girl. No, your wife is surviving your infidelity. You know the men like to confess, except that, right? These men just out here just like what? Sorry.
I'm surviving. It's
Well,
tough.
she's overcoming.
She definitely is.
So I'm saying you don't have the weight of it. It's hard, but because you obviously did something you weren't supposed to do. This isn't you outlasting the situation that you created. This is you. I think you need to learn how to exceed and excel as a husband. So tell me how you're exceeding, excelling
As a husband?
as a husband.
I could use.
All right. So exceeding and excelling as a husband Period. We're about to listen to this foolishness. His internal monologue has to be a whole show. Girl, I need to go talk to this man. Like I just this man seems so confused. This man seems so confused. I am overcoming cheating on my wife and having a child on my wife. A period. So you're going to create the problem for yourself to overcome. Got it. Got it. This is the Blue Heart wannabe bandit. Stop. Hey, Sin, I don't know if you're watching. I think I saw V in here. Hey, V, big hug. Hey, Sin, big hug. I wish you could comment. Missing your comment. For everyone, Sin, was it yesterday? Oh, I forgot. I was late to the live stream, too. She was live on Patreon. It was really fun. Can someone drop Sin's Patreon, please, because we be over there in that chat cutting it up. I think that's the word. Yeah, cutting it up, chopping it up. Is it cutting it up or chopping? Cutting up. Oh, we were cutting. There's no it. Cutting up. We were cutting. We cut up. Cut up. We chop it up. He's teaching the kings to exceed and excel over cheating. A true king. Period. Let's hear how he was trying to overcome cheating. Let's hear how he was. They said both of them. All right, so I can do both. Period. Period. Yo, I'm learning my slangs, girl. Oh, Sin is watching. Yay! Big hug to you, Sin. Welcome, Sin. Thank you for being here. Let me send hearts. No, you go ahead and chop it up. I hate this for y'all. Thankfully, no one clips my videos.
I can use multiple examples, but for one, I'll say one I most recently did. I'll be trying like 1,000,000 tactics, right? Mm-hmm. One of my most recent, my wife, she didn't even realize I was doing it. One day I just randomly sent her. I always send, my thing is blue hearts. Sent her a blue heart. Love you, babe. Good morning. In my morning text. Mm-hmm. Next day, love you, babe. 2 hearts. Next day, love you, babe. I caught myself sending her just like three random hearts. And I said to myself, oh, let me see how long I could go on with this heart. Like every day, I'm gonna add an extra heart. Mm-hmm. I want to see how long, like this was real talk. Like little tactics. And I said, let me see if I could.
First of all, if you cheat on me, I'm gone. But hypothetically, I'm there. But how you gonna make up to that with some blue hearts, girl? You are excelling, or overcoming, whichever one of the letters you're deciding to do in your Dusty acronym. You create a whole Dusty acronym, and you can choose whatever letter you want. Whichever one you're attempting to do now, you decided the way you're going to overcome, the way you're going to exceed, the way you're going to excel is by sending some Dusty heart every day. All you have to do is send a heart. Like, you're just going to send a heart for cheating and having a whole child. You cheated, had a whole child, and your tactic for winning back the affection of your partner is by sending a heart and add another heart every single day for when? Imagine seeing them hearts on your phone. Delete, block. Just put your phone on silent for this one. Every time he sends a new, just delete. And nobody got time for that. But let's hear. So this is the bare minimum. Like, he's not doing anything, right? Not, I went to therapy. I'm trying to change my life. I'm trying to figure out why I cheated in the first place, learn some self-control, get a job, provide for my family, show my wife more love and affection, and spend the rest of my life begging for her forgiveness because I don't deserve it. Cheating is not a mistake you just fall into. It's a very orchestrated plan that you engage in, and you have a whole child. It's not something you send a blue heart for. But in truth, maybe the blue heart is on top of everything else. I don't know what that everything else is, but everything else. Not him having an outside child, but he's the one that has to overcome. This is a girl, period. Like, the way he paints himself to be the victim in the situation is absolutely wild to me. It's absolutely wild. It is absolutely wild how easily he slides into the victim role. How are you going to sit up there talking about you had to overcome cheating on your way? You want to know something? My Christian girl is, hey, no, it is wrong. Because no, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. Because one of the worst things I see, mind you, is in church when the man is cheating, has a boyfriend or whatever, they'll come in there talking about it's this demonic force and he's fighting demons, so we should pray. So maybe he's overcoming his cheating demon. It's not him who is cheating, it's the demon. So, like, maybe it's a spiritual warfare and we have to put our arms around him and pray for him because he needs to overcome the spiritual demon that is cheating. And if you're Christian in the chat, by the way, I'm Christian too, fellow Christian, that's why I know this. You know what I'm saying. If you pretend like you don't know what I'm saying, you're lying. The gene pool needs a lifeguard. Chica, when your husband has a boy. What? Yeah. I said to myself, huh? And myself said, what? Oh my God. Outside kids after the civil rights movement. Period. Period. Oh, Miss Kodu, oh my God, you've been here for 32 months. I don't know if Sober Bobo is still watching. This might be running up to next to Sober Bobo. I need to figure out who was here the longest. We're gonna have some special giveaway when the mods figure out how to, with people who've been here for a while, because this is kind of amazing. I'm gonna leave this up for a minute. It's amazing. All right, so we are on the bare minimum at this point. He cheated, and the way he's about to overcome is he's gonna send his wife some blue hearts. So let's get into the blue hearts.
Could finish this thing throughout the year into the new year, right? Oh, long story short, I messed up, right? Went 21 days. I don't know about you, boy. I feel good about 21 days. Like straight, everything good. No arguments, no disagreements.
Good. Real quick. My question, how do you exceed and excel as a husband? That was the question, yes? Mm-hmm. Your best answer was sending a heart with an extra heart every day.
I'm giving you tactics.
And it only lasted for 21 days. You said it's 21 hearts.
Yeah, I'm giving you.
But that's the first example, the best example of exceeding and excelling as a husband?
Nah, I'm giving you examples on like things to do that could.
I'm not asking the tactics to teach me. I'm asking you. How do you messed up? You've done something wrong.
100%.
And she feels a way about it, I'm sure. My question is, how are you exceeding and excelling even after the thing that you went through? How are you, Ja, exceeding and excelling as a husband? You've got to give me a better answer than sending her a heart every day.
Most definitely.
He is making up for cheating on his wife by sending her a heart every day till the end of the year, and he only lasted 21 days. So the bare minimum, remembering to send a heart you literally could copy the hearts you sent the day before and just add one more and send it. You can set an alarm literally every single day to the fact that you couldn't even do the bare minimum, which I'm sure the wife never asked him, I want some hearts every single day. Girl, what? Hey, Amara. Hug. And thankfully, this man with the hat, don't know him. Please don't take anything I say as an endorsement of him. I do not know anything about this man. Drag him. Drag. I am here for accountability. And this looks like accountability to me. So, gentleman with the hat and glasses, I appreciate your work. I don't know if I appreciate this work currently. what you're doing right now, I can appreciate it, because ain't no way there's no way he should leave this interview thinking he ate. None. He should know that he don't know anything that he's talking about. How have you excelled at being a husband? I cheated on my wife, had an outside kid, and I'm sending her hearts every day to make up for it. By the way, the hearts that I'm sending her every day to make up for it over text, I failed to do it after the 21st day. Got too much for me. Drag him. The postman is delivering more than just mail, but can he afford to cheat? His wife didn't stand a chance, but he can afford to cheat. Yeah, he didn't stand a chance. You gonna forget to send her heart, but you're not gonna forget to cheat. When you block your own husband, girl, right?
Just accountability. Taking account. I mean,
I'm not inspired and I'm not motivated.
oh no, this is not a motivational.
But your whole thing is you're a motivational speaker and you teach people to EEO, exceed, excel, overcome obstacles, right? I'm not seeing how you're doing that. Here's what I think.
Yeah.
I think you're very smooth. And you like once you get going, you talk good. And you could probably put these formulas together. My question is, are you living the thing that you're teaching people? And my original question was you to teach me your philosophy, your EEO philosophy. I'm asking your depth of knowledge on the thing that you talk about. And I'm not seeing any depth of knowledge on it. I don't see it. I think you're going to be a successful speaker if you have the raw materials of me being able to connect with a crowd and having something to say. I think that's the foundation of it. But you have to be able to live this lifestyle. I have a formula. I'm an entrepreneur. And I've gathered this formula and I've gotten over it. I know the life cycle of a good idea as an entrepreneur. Okay? And everybody in this room is going to agree with me. I know it because I lived it and I can explain it. If someone's saying, man, I'm having a hard time as an entrepreneur, I can say, I can apply my formula, my life cycle of a good idea, which would be my version of your EEO. You ready? Here's the life cycle of a good idea. Excitement. You have the idea and you get excited, right? Yes. You're ecstatic. You're ready to go. This idea is bubbling over, so crazy. You're like, I know.
UG says 21 days. That's how long his fidelity lasted. I'm not inspired of a girl. Please make her me put mod so I can block my hubby. Oh wait, can mods make other people mod? I'm gonna add some more mods too. I don't know if you were being serious, Curry Up and Eat, but if you are, let me know. I'm not inspired, I'm not motivated, period. Let me know if you were being serious, by the way, Curry.
Oh, this is going to be amazing, it's going to change the world. But after excitement, we go into evolution, meaning we have to evolve the idea. So you say, I came up with this EEO CPR philosophy. I'm excited about this idea. But now you have to evolve the idea, meaning you have to write books about it. You actually have to like structure it to where people are going to love it. And you battle test it against your friends and family to see if this formula is going to work. Or you can get excited about the book, but now you have to evolve the book, meaning you got to write it. You got to come up with a cover design. You have to evolve the idea. I'm right so far, right? That's been the steps. But then engagement. Excitement, evolution, and then engagement. Meaning we got to take the thing that we were so excited about that we spent time evolving, and now we have to engage people with this product or service, meaning asking people to buy it. This is right so far, right? This is entrepreneurship in a nutshell. But the next step is resistance. As you're engaging people, you are going to undoubtedly face resistance, meaning the world isn't going to think this idea is as good as you thought it was. And we lose excitement. Am I right? That's where we get deflated. We got excited when it was just us, and we're picking out the colors, evolving an idea, and then now we're trying to make the sale. A couple people support, but then we get resistance where people stop buying, and it doesn't feel like success is happening. And then the last stage is decision. And what is the decision? What do you think the decision is? You have to make a decision. After you get excited about an idea, you start to evolve it, you engage people, then you start facing resistance. Now you have to make a decision. What is that decision?
Keep going.
Keep going, or you start over with another idea that you get excited about. And then you start to evolve that idea. Then you start engaging people with it. Then you face some resistance. Then you have to make another decision. Do I keep going? Or do I rebrand myself and say, you know what? I'm going to get excited about something else. Now we're excited and we evolve and engage and resist. Then we make it.
Okay, this feels like a very simple concept that I would not have broken down. right? And I'm thinking, should I be breaking these down? Or because like it feels like this is so like rudimentary that like and the red hat glasses is doing a great job, by the way, of not just dragging, because he's getting dragged, but also explaining. And actually there's a part of me that really likes this engagement of like educating someone and making sure that they don't walk out thinking that they ate. Like, I feel like it is important to sort of like break things down for people and actually challenge someone. Don't let a person come in and say, I want to be a motivational speaker. And you're like, yes, we all can. No, 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 no. Here's where you're wrong. This doesn't make any sense. And here's some advice. Like, I am for this. I didn't say this in the Discord when I watched it the first time, but this is actually, I'm actually encouraged by this. Yes, he's the only one I'll block. All right, let's continue. Let's continue. I appreciate Red Hat Glasses approach to this conversation. Please don't send me a video showing me doing like I have 2 videos of him and they're good. So please don't send me any video of him doing anything bad. Like let me be delusional. Let me think this is a good man, Savannah. Let me think this is a good man.
Decision. That is the life cycle of a good idea. Am I right or wrong? This is a philosophy that I have been cultivating for years now. So me as a speaker, I can go speak on this topic for an hour. Ask me how I know that I can speak on this concept for an hour. I've done it and I lived it. So someone's telling me, bro, I'm stuck. I can give you a formula. Motivational speaking isn't you being able to say something good on Instagram that's going to connect with the crowd. Building a career as a speaker means you have to start developing the depth of knowledge in the thing that you're talking about. You are not developing that right now. Maybe let's move off the EEO. Let's go to CPR. What is CPR?
Commitment, perseverance, and resiliency.
Commitment, perseverance, and resiliency. Explain that to me.
Commitment, perseverance, and resiliency is, I'll say it's another form of EEO, which you just said I haven't developed. But I wouldn't use those, my opinion, I wouldn't use those.
Get off my couch. We're done. Conversation over, girl. Let's try to redirect this energy towards something that you're capable of doing. Because ain't nobody got time. Yes, a good man cheating on... No. Who is cheating on his wife? What is Red Hat and Glass... Is Red Hat and Glasses cheating on his wife? Brooklyn, no, you got to explain this. I'm looking for your comment, by the way. Is Red Hat and Glasses cheating on his wife? Is Glasses cheating on his wife? Is Glasses out here cheating on his wife? See, this is why you can't be throwing your hat behind people. This is so bad. I hope you're just saying things to say things, Brooklyn. I hope you're just saying things. Oh, not him. Yeah, no. Wait, not him. Who you think? Brooklyn, who you thought I'm saying is a good man? Who I agree with? Who do you think of the 2 of these people, Brooklyn, who you think I'm agreeing with? Of the 2 of these men, who you think? Wait, y'all thought I was talking about Hoodie. Yeah, we really thought I was talking about Hoodie. I thought you meant Blue Heart. Nope. You're gonna put yourself in timeout for that. You thought I was talking about Hoodie. No, you thought I got into a smug. Girl, I can't vet, right? I can't vet, but I'm not that bad. I am not that bad. All right, the minimum qualification of leadership equals success. Hello? Girl, look.
choice of words. I'll say I am like in the process, process of developing. You know, of course, I'm not 10, 20 years in the game, but of course, in the process of developing. So CPR, commitment, perseverance, and resiliency would just be like the flip side of EO. Right? Sorry.
I don't know what EO is though just yet.
Okay.
So we're saying the words, but it seems like you're having a hard time defining what this philosophy means.
So we'll stick with CPR with question, commitment, perseverance, and resiliency. Commitment, right? One of my favorite, I want to say, definitions, and it's not my quote, it's quoted by the great Inky, right? Is when he said,
FYI, this is going at like 1.5 times the normal speed. So the fact that this man No. This is wild to me. This is actually wild. This is so embarrassing. You jumped up on this man's podcast talking about you want to be a public speaker. Let me check something. Oh, sad. I wish more people were watching this, but I get the secondhand embarrassment.
And I think it's so true. Commitment, staying true to what you said you was true to long after the movement, what you said and have stuff, right?
Commitment is staying true to what you said you were going to stay true to, like your vows, like them vows when you're cheating on your wife, having a whole child. But you were going to... Let me interview him. It's a brainstorming session. The way I would probably tell him to find another career or step back a lot to go learn his trade. How you gonna be a public speaker can't speak?
And I just think that part of commitment, it resonates. And when I think of commitment, I just think of commitment, right? We both from up top. Commitment is your loyalty to your word, right? Your word is your bond, right? If I made a commitment, that's my word. I'm gonna stick to it. So a lot of times when I say commitment, or in the area which I'm in right now with my marriage, my wife.
So my moderators are giving me instructions on how to unmask someone or unhide someone. The truth is, I can't do none of this right now. I'm so sorry. I wish I could. I would if I could, but I literally can't do any of this right now. Oh, that sucks. Whoever is hidden, I apologize. I'll do it after the stream.
I always use this example because, of course, in the speaking business, you connect with stories, right? I always use this example. My wife, she showed me the greatest level of commitment. She showed me the greatest level of commitment. And that was when I was back home in New York. Out to dinner for my sister. My sister, she had a celebration. She just graduated. Whole family was there. Everybody was there. Long story short, we left the establishment. I'm walking back to the car with my wife, my little sister. I come across this dude. You know, up top, everybody's super aggressive. We catch eye contact. Me and homeboy, we catch eye contact up until the point where we exchanged a few words. You know, face grilling and everything, exchanged a few words. Next thing you know, my sister and my wife, they both pulling on me, holding me back, because at that point, he pulls up his shirt and we realize he got a gun, right? So wisdom in me just said, we're just going to proceed to the car. We went to the car. We went around the corner. He apparently saw us go around the corner, and he went, I guess, the opposite side, around the corner. We got in the car. Before we could even turn the car on, let alone pull off, we look up and we see him at the corner. So, of course, at that point, my wife and my sister, they start panicking, right? I try to put my seat back, try to get low, make sure he don't see me, but I look up and we make eye contact again. So he begins to approach the car. My sister, who was in the back seat, before he got to the car, my sister that was in the back seat, she ran out the car, ran around the corner. It was at nighttime. Ran around the corner, started hiding behind the car. I could see she was young. She called somebody. I don't know who she called. But my wife, she was in the passenger seat, and she stood there, like, during the whole encounter. Dude, he came around the car, stuck the gun through the drop side window, hit the gun to my head. I don't know what I was thinking in this moment, because I don't even know why I rolled the window down. I don't know. Real time. I don't know if I just felt in the moment big and bad or tough, like about to get out, handle my business. Like, I got two females, my sister, my baby sister at that, and my wife. I don't know why I rolled the window down. Stuck the gun through the window, put the gun to my head, and again.
What does this have to do with anything? Girl, he don't even remember the question. This man don't. Demas, you already reviewed the stupidity of the Red Hat 2 months ago. It's the Let's Hear Them Out live. Really? Wait, is it this one? I don't remember this. Because I remember not wanting to do it because I was so afraid. Are you saying I reviewed something from him before? I'm looking, Jay, did I review this video already? This specific video? Because I do remember watching it a long time ago. I'm looking. All right. I don't see you, Jay. I do not see you. So I'm assuming you're saying I've reviewed him before. Did I not like him when I reviewed him? All right, someone said they saw some of it, not the whole thing. All right, got it. What does he mean? Favorite definition: there is only one for commitment. Well, you haven't heard him out. You need to hear him out first. How do you need an IEP in the girl? Don't let these women tear their king down. Leave me alone. Remember to like the video. It's very helpful. Demas really want Red Hat to be a decent guy. Let him have his one delusion. I feel like y'all want to tell me something, but please don't. If Red Hat has done something bad, don't tell me. Don't tell me until after I'm done.
Still in that moment, my wife, she stood there. And I remember, like it was like three things I remember in that moment. One, of course, my wife staying right there, like just begging, pleading for my life. Like she like chill, like don't over, like she could have ran. Two, my life did flash before my eyes. It was one of those moments, and I just remember my kids never being able to see their father again. And the last thing I remember hearing was a click, right? I don't know if it was a bluff. I don't know if the gun jammed. I don't know what. I woke up in the backseat of my car. My pops was in the passenger seat. It's my mom, so was rushing, driving me to the emergency room. And I remember later down the line, of course, I asked my wife. I asked her, like, why did you stay? Because I really wanted to know. Because a lot of scenarios went off in my head. Like I could have moved the gun and he could have shot you in your chest or whatever. Like a lot of things could have played out.
Hold on, real quick. Extremely respectfully. You gotta work on your storytelling ability. Mm-hmm. Okay. Story's mad long, and I'm not 100% sure where it's going because I know you're talking about commitment.
Yeah.
And I was thinking that it was going with your wife was staying with you. That would be more loyal. I don't know where to go. As a speaker, I'm going to give you some information, some game. One, you can't, communication is the whole crux of being a motivational speaker, right? Being able to get your point across. And I think that's something that you really, really need to work on. And that comes from repetition of telling maybe even the same story over and over again. Listen, I spoke in front of 100,000 people in my shower.
All right. I hope y'all don't have anything bad, because in my mind, I'm just going to watch some more of his content. Hopefully he's like this all the time, and he's a good person who gives really good advice. Because right now he's really eating, and like, I just don't want to break the delusion. These husband and are embarrassing. I'm blocking all my men's in advance. Not all of them. Not y'all having to stand before gunman. The protection was missing in that story. Girl, she was trying to protect him. She was trying to protect... Anyway, let me move on.
In my car, I'm in front of 100,000 people. And I'm going... This is like when I was really in my motivational speaker bag. I am going through the stories and making sure my points connect and making sure there's like a joke in there somewhere. And I'm trying to take people on these motivational like roller coaster rides where we get low and then I say something funny, we bring them back up. There's hope in the story, but then there's a art to this motivational speaking thing. And I'm only saying this because I want you to be better.
I respect it.
As a speaker, you got to work on connecting your points. You got to work on making sure that throughout this story, I understand we're talking about commitment. I don't know. I wanted, and I waited it out for a while.
Yeah.
But it seemed like the story wasn't ending.
No, it was about to end. So when I do tell the story, like if I tell the story while I'm speaking, it's a whole different way. Like
it shouldn't be.
So it should be the same way, like even in
100%.
interviews and.
Bro, when I was looking to be a speaker, I was still working at the Cheesecake Factory. I'm talking to my guests, the people that came to order this food from me, in the same manner in which I'm going to present to a crowd. And when I started coaching people one-on-one, I'm giving the same game. I'm keeping in mind the formulas, but the only reason I'm telling the story is to support my point. Well, you got to get to the point of the story. We got to keep it moving. And it seems like you're nervous telling the story. And as you're telling it, it seems like you are trying to remember what happened. It just seems like you're unsure of what you're going to say next. And there's a bunch of filler stuff in there. I'm not the best speaker in the world, but I know some of the greatest, and I've studied them. It doesn't seem like you're studying the craft and practicing. You're either studying, and when you practice, you don't practice that much, so the stuff that you study isn't coming out the way it should, or we're not studying the craft. I want you to you have to be a good communicator, period. It's not like, oh, well, I'm not that good at communicating here, but when I get on stage, I'm about to wow the audience. It don't work like that. So me talking to you like this, it's time to talk to the crowd. I got a speaking gig tomorrow. I'm going to give them the same energy. I talked to Reese. If there's something that Reese did that I don't like, or we're having a conversation, I'm not, Reese, okay, so what I think is maybe am I the same person 24/7? Do I change? That's who I am. So even this conversation right here, okay? I talk to Zell like this all the time. We had a conversation earlier today, and actually I'm going to go apologize. I think I was a little harsh. I think I was a little harsh because Zell is just so sweet. Like, he's like, you know what I mean? He's a grown man, but he just.
The fact, by the way, the reason I can't play the violin, by the way, is because the reason I'm not talking, I have so much to say. I am so embarrassed. Like, I am so embarrassed for him and for this. Like, I'm so embarrassed by it. And the fact that he doesn't have the kind of self-awareness to know that he's not good currently. Like, obviously you're not born good. So when I say he's not good currently, I don't mean he cannot become good at public speaking or whatever, right? But like, currently you're not good. So it's really hard because you have to be it's like one of those people who go on American Idol and miss literally every note. You must have had friends and family, your wife. No one told you sucked. Like, no one told you, like, public speaking right now is not it. Like, you need public speaking lessons first. So right now you are a student. You are learning. And when you become better, when you get to good, then you can start teaching someone else. To sit up here and be on a podcast in front of people talking about you're a public speaker, you're gonna teach people CPR and EEO, girl, you don't even know what these acronyms mean. His wife probably made up the acronym and gave it to him, and he thought, okay, now I'm a public speaker. I have acronyms and they have meaning. Don't know what they are and how to tie it to someone's life. I can actually tell a story about them. I can motivate you. I can't actually speak on anything, much less some random acronym that he didn't come up with himself. But I am a public speaker. Audacity is what he has. Too much of it, actually. He's like, I ain't got the crayon or construction paper enough to explain why you're communicating and commitment. Both are trash, period. But the thing that I did learn, not from Red Hat, but from discussions in the chat, in the Discord, someone in the Discord, can't say who, it was explaining to me that I needed to speak life into these men and not just think people, because like when I'm talking to people, they become kind of like, in my mind, we're equals. There's never a moment where I'm like, I am the teacher. No, we can go back and forth. And I do think that I might need to take a more teacher approach, it's really difficult to do when the person I'm speaking to is much older than I am, right? It's hard. So, like, I don't really know how to engage with someone in a way where I'm explaining basic life concepts to a grown man. I'm talking about Gary, by the way. So, like, it's very difficult. And I also don't want to disrespect them in that specific way. Anyway, is this his wife's get back? She is Choi. Actually, this might be actually how his wife is getting back at him, by telling him, like, you're a great speaker, and shoving him out there to be embarrassed.
He's a kind person. You know what I mean? My point is, work on your storytelling ability. I want you to study storytelling because you're not that good at it. Okay? Respectfully. Because I want you to get good at it.
I appreciate that.
But you have to storytelling is art. Inky Johnson was telling a story one time. Oh my gosh.
That's one person I started to study. He's
the GOAT. But you may have not studied him. You may listen to him.
That man is a child. I can't really put my finger completely on it, but he is giving me a child. Now he's a grown man, obviously, with two children, and then a third child outside of his marriage. So, like, he's not a boy or a child in reality, but it's definitely giving me childlike.
And like him.
a study.
Okay, tell me what study.
I'm just saying as a recent, like over and over and over and rewind and rewind.
Tell me the studying part. What's that like?
I study his when he tells his stories, and maybe I am studying wrong.
No, that's not. Y'all gonna learn to not do this to me.
Wrong, but you could give me that advice if I am.
Oh, brother.
I'll rewatch it. I study his mannerism, like how he deliver his words. I know I use a whole bunch of when I study Inky, it's like his filler words be like he perfected it. So when I watch him, I watch probably watch the same speech of his.
You like it. You listen to it. You don't study it. Studying is okay. I see it. I'm going to take an element and I'm going to add it to my game. I talked to Ink one time, and he said, "I was like, bro, how do you like continue to wow the crowd, and how do you take people through this emotional roller coaster?" Before I tell that story, I'm going to tell another story. We were all speaking together in Atlanta. Myself, E.T., Jeremy Anderson. I said, "Hey, what you going to talk about?" He said, "I don't know." He actually gave to me that I read the best in the world. He's still studying the art. He said, one of the first things I do as soon as I get on the stage, and ain't a whole lot of feel good stuff. He said, I'm going deep. He said, I'm going to punch one. I said, oh my gosh, this isn't somebody who speaks just to speak good. He studies the craft. And if you want to be that guy, you have to study the craft. You're not doing that. And the best way to study is to do.
And that's where Red Hat got him messed up. Studying. Telling him to study. This man, though, it feels like people just told him yes all his life, because there's no reason he should know that he's not good at what he does. Like, if you are making this your business, you had to have told someone around you, and they had to have listened to you coming up with these acronyms and explaining them, and for no one in your life to say, yeah, no. For no one in your life to be like, maybe you should stick to being a maintenance person at UPS or wherever he works. Like,
do it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. If you start researching David Chan's Entrepreneurship 101, I had this black whiteboard. It sounds weird, but it's blackboard that you write in neon. Yeah, like neon. I set up a camera in my living room, set up my own microphone, and I started talking about an entrepreneurial point and drawing out on the board. And then I'll take that content and then I'll edit it. And in the editing process, I see how I can improve my message. I said like a million times, like, you know how you like, are you not like, all right, so I'm
Sally Hemmings out of pocket. I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that.
Tell a story, and it's like how you like. But me doing it, editing it, looking at my work, saying, "Oh, I gotta stop saying like so much." I still say it now, but not as much, not nearly as much. Or I'll be in the middle of a point and I'll forget my point. Fast forward to the beginning of what I was saying when I talked to Inky. I said, "Man, how do you speak so often?" He said, "Every time I speak on stage, I get more gigs from the time that I spoke." Every time. I said, "Every time?" Inky said, "Every time." I said, "Okay, so what are you doing?" He said, "I'm good at it." And somebody in the crowd says, "Hey, I want you to talk to my organization." He said, "If you're really good, you'll be able to get gigs from every gig that you do." And I said, "But Ink, I'm speaking, like I'm good at this thing." He said, "Are you getting gigs from every gig that you speak at?" He didn't even have to say, "Well, are you really as good as you think you are?" He didn't have to say it. He made his point, then asked me a question and left it alone. I said, "Ink, this is why you're so great. You ain't even have to be on the stage to do that, what you just did with me." He said nothing. He said, "You get gigs from every gig that you speak at?" And was silent. That's when he gave me the book Resonate. I started reading the book, and that is the art of speaking. So if you want to be a speaker, one, we're not just throwing out cool acronyms. We need depth of knowledge with each thing we're talking about. And then we got to study the craft of being able to deliver it. That's where you need to live.
So you're saying taking an element, that's one point you gave me. You're saying taking an element out of what he does, or any great storyteller.
If you knew all of the people that I've studied, you'll be able to look at me and say, "Oh, I see that person inside David." Pause.
Anywho, it does not get better. I wish I could tell you it get better, but it doesn't. He then went back to his channel, his Instagram, and made a video where he's like doing poetry. I wish I could play this, but there's music in it. But he went back. He was doing some kind of poem. No, I'm not gonna play. I'm not gonna get the copyright strike for that foolishness. Anywho, let's jump from that because I can't really speak on that and jump into something else. This man is talking about his wife and forcing his wife to unfollow the host of the show, right? So let's get into it. Actually, let me do this for the after show. This is going to be in the after show because I just realized we're at 3 hours. So in the after show, beep, 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 beep. All right. Y'all ready? I will entitle this portion of the video, Insecurity. Because if you look up insecurity in the dictionary, you're going to see a picture of the man talking to them. Not him, but the other man.
Hours that you don't wear them be right now?
I'm embracing the journey. I'm gonna need these 2 hours because I gotta eat later. And then I think it's gonna cause so many, it's hard, but I don't know who to tag.
I'm like, I don't know. And he's like, such and such unfollowed you. And I'm like, why do you even know this? How do you know this?
I just be checking.
Did she unfollow me too then?
Well, I don't know. I checked and she was unfollowing me. I said, I'm gonna unfollow you then. But I didn't know if there was like any issue or I haven't talked to you in a while. But we're getting more information this morning. So I see Tanny this morning and he pulls up like, "Yo, what up, dog?" And then I just mentioned, "Hey, your girl unfollowed me." And he said it was intentional. I said, "Oh." And it was like, "Yeah, we were doing a social," what's the word you use?
Just like a disconnect.
Like a disconnect.
Yeah.
A social media disconnect. In my head, Donnie, I can remember some people who did a social media disconnect.
Yeah.
Wall Street Trapper did a social media disconnect.
Unfollowed everybody.
He unfollowed everybody. I'm cool with that because you unfollowed everybody.
Everybody.
Him 500 did the same thing. A couple people did the same thing. Wallow unfollowed. I don't think Wallow ever followed me back. So he unfollowed everybody. Is he following you?
Yes.
Of course he is. Anyway, my point is, so that's what I'm thinking. And I was like, "Oh, so Tanny, you unfollowed me too?" He said, "No." And then I said, "So just she unfollowed me." He said, "Yeah." And then we found out that he strongly encouraged her to unfollow me. So I'd love to hear what's going on.
I would say that you have a giant influence on how she thinks. So it's more so when you have a disconnect, like people that actually like have an impact on you. Like you
in a negative way, you think?
I don't think it's negative. But at the same time, you want to be able to think for yourself kind of thing. Like, for example, last time we were here.
For those who are listening, his girlfriend was made to unfollow the host of this show. And the reason he gave was because the host has an impact or influence on his girlfriend. The question was, well, is the influence bad? Am I like influencing your girlfriend to do bad things? And he's like, no, not necessarily. We were doing a social media cleanse. Okay, but why is he the one he unfollowed and not everyone? And this is not deep-seated insecurity. He's sitting up here. Let me show you him. Let me, let me stop. He's sitting up here trying to explain now why he told his girlfriend to unfollow the host of this show. And this is where we get into some foolishness. Because first of all, your girlfriend sitting up there letting you control who she follows and doesn't follow is wild to me. That's the first problem I have. Second, she can't follow them, but you're sitting up here on their couch talking to them, so she can't engage with them, but you can. And she okay with this. And you expect us to believe you're not abusive. All right, girl. So you're just controlling, just not abusive. Right. Because that's how that works. Smells like you're listening to him more than me. Look. Yes, I'm mansplaining.
No shade on you, Donnie.
By the way, I know you weren't talking about me.
Which means
you were going through something. But yeah, like your advice was really harsh.
What was her advice?
What was my advice?
It's like, if you're not serious, you know, it was one of those conversations.
Like, don't be sleeping together if you're not serious?
Yeah, it
or
was
don't waste
actually
time
worse
if
than
you're not
that.
serious.
Yeah. So it was more so
that
like
was harsh?
He's also saying, so the man's advice is not bad. He just doesn't want the man to talk to his or his girlfriend to follow the man, even though the man is not influencing the woman in a bad way. The lady, he thinks is influencing his girlfriend in a bad way. Here's why. Because the lady said to the girlfriend, don't be sleeping with him if you all are not serious. I don't see a problem with this at all. Now, that the girlfriend could have said, mind your business, I do what I want to do, right? But this doesn't sound like bad advice to me, right? All right, let's get into it.
A little bit.
I would say it again and stand on it.
I feel like women on women, you guys are really harsh on each other. Yeah, I just feel like women on women, I've seen it, and yeah.
Did you have her unfollow Donnie too?
I did not. I didn't need to.
The plot thickens.
Wait a minute.
Okay, good. So he had to, the man, all right, let's do this. Insecure wants his girlfriend to unfollow Black Hat, who is the host. The other host, who is the girl, the woman, his girlfriend can follow that one, even though the lady who is the host gave the girlfriend bad advice in his mind, not sleeping with someone if they're not serious. The male host with the black hat didn't give bad advice, but you made your girlfriend unfollow him. Okay, this is making absolutely no sense right now. Hairline. All right, we're going to call him Hairline then. Good.
Wait a minute. You felt like I gave her harsh advice because I encouraged her to not sleep with you before y'all established y'all's thing. And you allowed her to continue to follow me. But then the advice that's not so bad from David, you told her to unfollow.
Okay,
you put her in a position where it's almost weird to not follow conventional advice. Like you put her in that spot kind of thing.
I'm not following.
No, we're gonna get there.
Okay.
I follow.
Okay.
I
follow?
see what's happening.
Okay, tell me what's
no,
going on.
we gotta unpack it.
Okay.
Insecurity is kin to jealousy. The girlfriend is weak. The girlfriend is being controlled in a way that I find hugely problematic. I'm not willing to say he is abusive, but it's definitely giving abusive. The only reason I'm not doing it is because it's a legal term of art, by the way. That's the only reason.
Okay. Harsh advice, Donnie doesn't unfollow. Did you make her unfollow men primarily?
No.
Let's go to her followers. Let's go see who she's following. Men, women, prove it.
You talking about men, women?
Yeah, he didn't make her. First of all, I'm having a strong issue with this make her.
Not
deal.
make her. But here's a,
Do you believe that how you felt about anything that's been going on with you may have impacted the advice you give?
About sex?
Yeah, that too. Yeah,
For sure not.
okay.
I mean, so here's the thing, and I'm going to answer that question honestly. People give advice based on a place that they've been in, right? Or based on experiences that they've had. So I believe most people would have given advice based on their own personal beliefs. Otherwise, it's not advice and we're just having a conversation.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe so, for sure. And do you think that you've encouraged her to do this now based on things that you believe?
100%.
Okay, so let's see who she's following real quick.
no, she's still following everyone.
I'm getting a perspective of what's going on here, and it's a little shaky for me right now.
No, we'll get to the bottom.
Okay.
So it seems okay. How many people did you specifically request that she unfollows?
Honestly, originally it was everyone.
When you say everyone, what do you mean?
Like complete reset.
Like everyone that she follows.
Yeah. Because we're in the social media game, so it's more so just to reset the algorithm.
Okay. Who else specifically did you request? Because you said specifically David for sure.
Yeah.
It seems like the bigger issue was with what Donnie said, but you don't mind her following that. Outside of me, anyone else specifically that you name by name?
Yes, 4 people.
Like who?
Trap.
Okay.
Woody. Trap. Woody is actually the first person that I'm sorry. Woody is the first person.
Still following Trap.
Yeah, Trap Woody.
Who's Woody? Who's Woody?
Woody.
The actor?
Wired, like dreads. Woody. Woody.
Oh,
my D.
Marty Woodard.
Woodard.
Yeah, I call him Woody.
Okay, she's not following my D. Okay. Who else?
And Trap was the second.
Or the third. And there was one more.
Oh gosh, this one's gonna sound terrible. Should I say it?
Yeah, we're here now. Who?
Is it safe space?
Oh, safe, bro.
Oh, okay. All right.
We're not live on Instagram. We normally are, but we're not.
Everyone's like,
No,
I don't think
who is it? You said everybody else.
Yeah, I don't think I should say it. Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you don't have to say the person, but why don't you think you should say it?
A potential deal kind of thing.
A potential deal?
Yeah.
Oh, a deal that they're working on, or you're working on with that person?
Yeah.
You're working on
the
with
latter.
That person.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So specifically, me, Trap, my D. You don't want her following us?
No, not at all.
But why? Okay. What is it that?
This is why the robots are about to take over, and Elon Musk, don't know to spell his last name, is being allowed to put brain chips on people. Like, watching him, by the way, separately, meander through the fact that he's jealous and he's attempting to control his girlfriend because of his jealousy and how insecure he is. Watching him navigate the conversation without owning that is wild. Everyone else in the room right now speaking to him fully understands that he is insecure and is attempting to control his girlfriend in an effort to make to alleviate his insecurity. This is wild, and it is literally like okay, I am not saying this is legally true, right? But from my perspective, as I am looking at it from like a moral layman's perspective, this is very abusive to me. It is very abusive behavior. And his attempt to justify it only makes him that much more abusive. And this is not the quote-unquote Pookie and Ray Ray, right? This seemed like the educated lame. Now, how you doing is at play, but like, let's not do that because Wendy Williams is recovering. So, Caroline, how you doing?
What is it about me? I don't know about them, but what is it about me that you don't want your girl to follow me?
Number one, because you make sense, but at the end of the day,
what about him makes you want your girlfriend to not follow him? First of all, you make sense. Click. End the conversation. Kick him out. You make sense is a wild excuse. I'm hoping that the way he was framing that wasn't a response, but saying, okay, I know you make sense. However, this is the issue, right? So I hope that's what was happening, but he never got to explain it. You make sense is a wild response then. Left with that, it's a wild, jealous, hateful response. And I am actually, I don't even know his girlfriend. I'm actually scared for his girlfriend.
No,
Sounds more
I'm
and more
literally
crazy.
telling you why. It's
Okay.
the opposite, right? But
Gotcha.
it's like to be able to think for yourself, right? We all have a purpose. I am super religious, if that makes sense. And we all have a purpose.
That you are claiming to be super religious in the same conversation where you are mad at the host lady for telling your girlfriend that she should not be sleeping with you until you all are serious is wild, diabolical, and absolutely nasty work. How are you going to sit there saying, I am super religious, but I'm mad at you for telling my girlfriend not to sleep with me until we're serious? What? What religion are you, first and foremost? Because it can't be the Christian one. It can't be that. Because if that, you shouldn't be sleeping with each other till y'all are married. So the fact that you're super religious, you shouldn't be having a problem. Your problem with her advice should be, why would you tell her to only sleep with me when we are serious? Why didn't you tell her to not sleep with me at all until we're married? Tell her she shouldn't be sleeping with me until we're married because I'm super religious. You can't be super religious and be mad at her for telling your girlfriend not to sleep with you until y'all are serious. What do you mean? I am super religious. What? So you're just going to be selectively religious. What Sin said, a la carte Christian. And that don't even make sense. Meaning, I need my girl hook, line, sinker, believing my nonsense, no other logical man. Yes, and this is the isolation phase. This kind of isolation phase is what leads into the full-on abuse. This is a problem. You're religious when it benefits you. Talking about you're super religious. No, you are not. You're selectively religious. What do you mean? Men know men, smart, tall, attractive, insecure. Yeah, it's full on insecurity. And the fact that he thought he could just speak his way out of this and everyone in this room wouldn't know that he's just an insecure little man is wild. Oh, I'm just so small and I'm just. No, you're abusive. It looks like. Don't know that as a fact.
Mm-hmm.
For example, you're SDA.
I'm not.
You're not SDA anymore?
I've never been.
What day do you go to church?
On Saturday. But I'm not like Seventh-day Adventist.
Are you Seventh-day Adventist? No, I'm not. What day do you go to church? Girl, I just told you I'm not Seventh-day Adventist. What does it matter when I go to church? I go to church on Saturday. I go to church on Sunday. I go to church whenever I want. That does not answer your question. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. You just asked me directly if I'm a Seventh-day Adventist. I say no. Why then are you following up with what day I go to? I go to church on Saturday. Now what? How do you go to church on Saturday and you're not a Seventh-day Adventist? I don't know because my church holds church on. The way I wish I could read this out loud. I'm not about to read this out loud, Sin, but period. Like, girl, what? These bandits don't got a pot to or a window to throw it out of, but they have audacity. Just raggedy. Oh, are you a Seventh-day Adventist? No, I'm not. What day do you go to church? Saturday. Uh, 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 uh. What? What are you gonna say about it? And that don't even make sense. Are you trying to trap me? Oh, you said you're not a Seventh-day Adventist, but you go to church on Saturday. Yes. And what about it? Not, oh my God, I'm a Seventh-day Adventist, Molly.
Okay, so you go to church Saturday, but you're not Seventh-day Adventist?
No.
Okay, all right, cool.
Okay, what was that? This is the man trying to control and manipulate that woman. Someone said Seventh-day Adventist Saturday service. Wait. Stop. He reads the book of dust. Someone said they're not something and you're about to test them. You know what?
I grew up in an SDA kind of environment.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. And it was almost like you have to do things a certain way.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
But I still don't understand. I'm saying there's a reason you're saying.
Wait, let me ask her if I can unveil the new word. Let me ask if I can unveil the new word here. Can I unveil? Can I? This is bandacity. This right here. This is peak. This is peak bandacity. This is peak bandacity. Peak bandacity. Not my word, sins.
Don't follow these people. Specific, and I don't want to get into why those other three, right? But you're saying, the reason, one is because you make sense, and two, I go to church on Saturday. Those are the only two that I got so far. Why she does not need to follow me, specifically.
All right. For example, you pray every time at 9 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
In the Bible, they had like 2 prayer times. In the Old Testament, they will offer incense twice a day.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on the time of year, it's either 9 and 2:30. 10 and 2:30 or 9 and 3. Mm-hmm. And in the New Testament, they just offer prayers at those times. So I pray those.
Why did you choose 9 a.m.?
I didn't choose it. It's in the Bible.
I'm sorry. Specifically 9 a.m. to pray
it says,
in the Bible?
Yeah, it says 9 a.m. I'll show it to you. It's cool. Okay, but the reason, are you saying, and that's not even something that I talk about publicly, or I never told her she used to pray twice a day or even go to.
Yo, just confess you're a wannabe, you're insecure, and you want to control the woman. All this, oh, do you go to church on Saturday? Are you a Seventh-day Adventist? Blah, blah, blah. Do you take social media breaks? All of that does nothing to explain why you told your girlfriend to unfollow this man. In truth, it's no one's business, but since we're talking about it, let's talk about your insecurity. Let's talk about your insecurity and their need to control. By the way, I'm assuming this is a grown woman, right? So, like, if she's allowing this man to tell her who to follow, what to do to be in a relationship with him, then okay, girl, period. Ain't nobody got time for that. So you're a grown woman deciding that you're going to be subjugated by some weakness, some wannabe, some nab, and you're going to be okay with that. I'm not about to sit up here and argue with this man. But the problem I'm having is how abusive this seems. That's the problem I'm having. Playing at 9 to 11 at home.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time.
Where's she at today? Can she? We're gonna. I want to see her. Can she come to the studio?
No, she's not allowed. She can't follow me. This isn't. Here's the thing. You're
I
not
don't
wrong.
want to come off. I don't want to
to
come off too.
Yeah, bro, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Because how you feel is how you feel, and I'm not offended. I don't want you to think that I'm offended at this situation at all. Okay.
Okay, I'm very offended. I am very, very offended by this. I'm offended by the audacity. I'm offended by how idiotic this all sounds. I'm also offended that it's happening and that I think it's abusive, which dwarf another offense that I have, that you can't even justify this when you're speaking. You can't even, you are asking someone to do something that you can't justify, but you are somehow a leader. You cannot even justify why outside of, I am a wannabe, I am a nab, I don't know how to engage, I'm insecure, I feel little, I feel like you're a better man than me and you're a better option than me, and I am fearful because I don't want my woman to be following you who have a better life than me and comparing you to me. Essentially is what is happening. Say it. Oh, you look dumb and weak saying that? Well, maybe it's because you are. Like, imagine being so insecure that you go and sit there and tell your girlfriend. Like, I could see if, and they're gonna say this later, so I probably shouldn't say it. If it's your ex, right, and you all are now serious, and you're like, I am kind of uncomfortable with your social media interaction, even that, I'm out, girl. You're gonna be insecure over there by yourself. But like, I can see that being more of an issue. I can see someone influencing her to do bad things and you thinking no, but still, it's still very controlling. The fact that you have no reason, you literally have zero reason as to why you don't want your girlfriend to be following this man in particular and other men who are apparently are attractive, is wild to me. You think it's attractive because, girl, where? Demons, unfortunate looking men have a hard time finding mates. Manipulation tactic must be 5-star Michelin level. Flip Flop knows he is a 4.5. He can't compete with that 7. Y'all dead wrong. Y'all dead wrong.
But I'm just trying to understand because I haven't gotten a logical reason outside of all the people, unless you think there's something that's going on with us or that we have some sort of history or she likes me in some way. And that's the only thing I can really think of.
Let me ask you this. When him 500 took a break, why did he take a break? You talked about it before. Why did he take a break?
Well, I don't know if I talked about it. I talked about him taking a break.
You did talk about it. And I remember exactly what you said. Why did you take a break?
Well, he just said he needed a break to get away from all social media and all that kind of stuff.
What do you think?
I think he wanted to take a break from social media. When you are at that level where everything you say, every post you make, there's going to be a bunch of people that like it, a bunch of people that don't. And then you get like in this world of, this is my world. And you think that people that you don't know's comments actually matter. And sometimes you got to take a break. I mean, that's what I think. But again, I'm not him, so.
Have you ever taken a break?
I've taken breaks.
When?
A couple years ago, I took a break. Just get off social media. I still shot the podcast, but I've taken social media breaks.
You haven't taken a break?
I haven't?
You haven't taken a break.
Are you saying you don't want her to follow me because I haven't taken a break on social media?
What I'm saying is that you've never taken a break.
Okay. I'm trying to, okay, maybe I'll let you on your path of where you're going with this.
Okay.
Go for it. Just explain it. Because I know this isn't me. It's probably not making sense to anyone in this room. But maybe. So I'm just saying, easy question. What about me do you not like? You be honest, if you think like we had some sort of history or you don't like the way we interact or something, I'm cool with that.
That's an easy question to answer. Okay. Reason why, it's more so think for yourself. It wasn't more so about you. It was more so, hey, think for yourself. A little bit. Like you.
Telling someone what they should do and saying you told them what to do to tell them to think for themselves is wild. So when they willingly chose to follow someone and get information from someone of their own accord, you deciding to tell them what they should do in not following this person, is you telling them to think for themselves. You telling her what to do is you telling her to do it for herself, to think for herself, right? Because that makes sense to you. When you thought about that, before you said it, that made sense to you. You telling someone what to do when they were willingly doing something they chose for themselves without any pressure or anyone telling them how to operate. You interceding and telling them what to do is you making them think for themselves. That makes sense to you. All right. You controlling someone if you making them think for themselves. Got it. When you said it, you know what? Let's do a break. I have a video that I can't play because it's on the Breakfast Club, but we can hopefully listen to it. Ready? Let me play this. We need a commercial break because ain't nobody got time for this. So I'm not gonna play it on the screen, so y'all will only be looking at me, unfortunately. And we're gonna play it. Let's hear this foolishness.
That you want to sensationalize me, want to highlight and point out, oh, an officer was killed the other day, which is a rare occurrence across the United States, but let alone in New York. New York police officers have killed at least 7 people this year, including a 19-year-old. An NYPD officer killed a 19-year-old in Queens yesterday.
I'm not going to dismiss the loss of a life of an innocent person that wears a uniform to protect us.
But you do, of the 31 people dead at Rikers and the 19-year-old killed yesterday.
I feel like I don't want to take you out of context, and I don't want people to all of a sudden criticize that you're being dismissive of a young man being shot and
Adams,
killed.
that's not going to work on me.
I'm not trying to work anything on you. I lost a member of the police department the same way I go to see the mother of an 11-year-old baby that was 11-month-old baby that was shot in the head when I first became mayor. I sat in the hospital with her. The same way I go visit these mothers who lose their children to gun violence. I go see them.
Yes, but not the mothers of the people who are dying in Rikers.
Just as I go to see the family member of a slain police officer, I go visit those parents that lose their loved ones to violence.
Are you visiting the family of the? First of all, yes, I did. I held a Riker. I represented hundreds.
You went to visit the family members of a slain officer?
No, not the slain officer.
Okay, of course you did.
But what about the 19-year-old that was killed yesterday by NYPD in Queens when he called for help? Have you said anything about that? Are you visiting them?
Yeah, first of all, that's
same breath that you want to sensation.
What I'm going to say is I may or may not, depending on who makes content on this, I may or may not be making content on this. So I will keep my comments. I'm obviously going to engage with the full thing, but I may or may not be making comments on this. I have too many video ideas, and this has now dropped into one. Because I find this, well, I'm going to leave that alone. Break over. Let's get back into the mess.
We'd have conversations where it's like, you're supposed to do this and this and this. But yeah, it was just think for yourself.
Have y'all ever gotten into a physical altercation?
No.
Never?
Yeah, I can't fight. I'm terrible at fighting.
That's good.
Yeah, I wouldn't win.
So I'm, excuse me, I'm confused. I gave her the advice that you abhor. You hate that advice that I gave her, right?
Bring the mic a little closer.
I wouldn't say abhor, but
hold your mic up here.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you did not like the advice that I gave her.
I think it came from a place of you were kind of going through something.
Okay. No idea, but let's roll with that. Regardless, you didn't like the advice that I gave her. You said that it felt hard to take, but you didn't specify that she needed to
No, I have to do it. I might not make the video, actually. On the previous video, I don't know how to feel because Black women are always standing up and fighting for Black men and the Black community and then get nothing in return. And watching this woman fight and advocate while all simultaneously against a Black man. Sorry. I'm going to make a video. I might just make a video for real. Because I'm not talking about this. I was talking about the previous video. I was trying to contain myself, but it's like, we'll get there.
Connect for me. I'm trying to understand because you want her in this place where she's thinking for herself. You didn't like my advice, but you didn't make her unfollow me or stop following or whatever. But Dave's advice, pretty solid, but now she needs to think for herself, but you're still following him. you're still here, but she can't be. So your woman shouldn't be led or attached to the strong men that you are led and or attached to. Is kind of what I'm hearing. And is that true?
No.
Yo, what's up, Social Proof family? So I know you're watching a dope episode, and we'll get right back into it. But in the next 2 minutes, I want to teach you the number one mistake that's probably...
Madi, David, highly influential, extremely attractive, leaders. You're right. Leaders.
Got you.
And then this fourth person that you're in a big potential deal with, I would imagine would also be a leader, someone with some good influence.
Okay.
How do you feel that she's still following Trap after you've asked her not to?
I'm good with it. I didn't actually expect her to do it, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't get in trouble.
And like choose my words carefully.
I think that there's a huge part of the conversation, and it's truthfully none of our business. You don't have to elaborate, but there's a huge chunk of the explanation here that's missing. I'm not buying we're going on this social media disconnect, and that means that you have to unfollow 4 strong, powerful, beautiful men. That doesn't sound like a disconnect. I have disconnected from social media, and you just disconnect, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's just really odd, and she can't be here. Also, very extremely odd, but you can be. I don't know. Call me a single woman who, I don't know if this is what what it feels like to submit. I don't want it.
No, it definitely sounds like something's missing. Like, I mean, it's something that you're not saying, and if you're uncomfortable saying it, then you're just uncomfortable saying it.
No, not uncomfortable saying it.
But you're
not saying it.
Yeah, you're not saying why you want her to unfollow me. The only thing you said was you went down. I go to church on Saturday,
mm-hmm.
and I pray twice a day, and I make sense. Mm-hmm. And the fact that I haven't taken a break.
Look, just let this lady live. Let her live. Let her live. That's her boss, I think. That is her boss. It's giving submit to me and I'll submit to my God, which is himself.
On social media. And again, bro, I'm not offended. There's a reason, but none of these reasons are the reason you tell your girl.
Sad part is very few Black men actually see us as human. Right. This one just see you as something to control. And this is really ticking me off, actually. It is really ticking me off.
Who you love or whatever, not to follow someone. Unless there's some sort of control issue happening here.
Yeah.
Where you're trying to control not even out of a reason. Like if my wife was following her ex, I would say, I'm following him right now. Well, maybe I wouldn't care. But I understand the situation.
You might care a little bit.
Yeah, okay. No, I would care.
Okay.
But the average person may say, hey, unfollow that person, right? Because I don't like the fact that y'all got history. And I saw that person like one of your posts. I'd say, I'd understand. Unfollow that person. I have a good reason.
Even that, I don't agree with, which is what I was saying earlier. Like, I can understand this line of reasoning, but if I'm with someone and their ex liked the post and I saw that their ex liked the post and I'm uncomfortable because I'm a wannabe and I'm insecure, I would go to that person as an insecure wannabe and say, hey, I'm uncomfortable because I saw this person liked your post, and I just wanted to let you know that I feel uncomfortable seeing that. And I just wanted to let you know that. Not doing it to control them or anything, just kind of expressing my wannabe-ness and moving on. In that case, she probably will unfollow if they like you and they want to, or say, tell them to not like their, whatever it is, right? But like, that is only if I'm a wannabe.
Why? Because y'all got history, and I don't think y'all need to be connected in any way. Now, again, I don't operate like that, but I'm saying, if we dated, or you saw some evidence of I had ever flirted with her, or I ever went on a date with her, or I ever did anything, then I'd say, I could see you saying, hey, you cut that off right now. I don't care if nothing went further, but there was something there. He wanted you.
So how do y'all make it work though?
Like
I'm assuming that everyone thinks that, like you and Donnie have a great relationship kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like how do y'all make it work?
Make what work?
Our relationship?
Yeah.
We're friends.
I get that, but how do you feel so confident in the fact that we're friends and everyone else needs to see it that way, kind of thing?
Number one, so David and I have never had a conversation about what everyone else perceives us to be. Are you speaking about his wife or are you speaking about everybody else?
Yeah, in general, because I know it's probably not the most fun thing to hear sometimes.
We don't hear. What do you mean?
Like sometimes you look at the comments and it's like, oh my gosh, why is she talking to him this way, or why not? Like, how?
This man is saying that his girlfriend being on there or talking to them and people making any kind of suggestion is enough for him to want to diminish or dismantle, destroy a relationship because of other people's opinion of said relationship. How do you not see how insecure and disgusting this is? Like, I'm so sorry. You have to be all kinds of weak and disgusting and immature to also, one, believe what you believe and think the way that you think, where people outside of you are dictating how you relate to your girlfriend. That is wild. But to also be expressing it on here like, oh my God, how do you all do it? Because, like, for me, the reason I told my girlfriend to not follow you is because, like, I don't want none of those problems where people are talking about us. But, like, in the comments, people suggest that y'all two are getting together. How do you all do it? What? You think people who have strong will, grown adults, are going to dictate their relationship by some comments? And you don't see how that's weak and useless? All right, girl. You're going to be a social media person, letting people's comments dictate how you operate in your life and how you relate to the person you claim to love. All right.
Do you mentally deal with that?
David and I are friends, have always been friends. We don't have a history of anything romantic. And I will say that in the beginning of the world seeing us together, people made really slick comments. But David and I, and the people who need to know the extent of David and I's relationship, being his wife and at that time my significant other, we were all clear. You know, we were all very good friends. I love his wife like a sister. I love him like a brother. We're always included. David and I travel together. We don't have those issues. We are friends.
Yeah.
And I believe that the success of it is not concerning ourselves with what strangers on the internet think we could be. And we're so convicted in it that we don't really get those kind of comments much anymore. Like, that happened way in the beginning. And we understand that people simply don't understand. Yeah. Society is not always ready to understand that there really is a dynamic of men and women that can be platonic friends and business partners, and it just be that. Maybe that piece of the world aren't ready, but people who think like that, it's not our responsibility to educate that, right? We just show up as who we are, and the people who are closest to us know exactly what it is.
100%. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would imagine that maybe someone said something to you about your girl. Did someone say something like, yo, she be over there a lot, or she talked to him a lot? Did someone say that to you?
Honestly, no. I've never been that insecure person. I'm sorry. I've never been that insecure person.
Bro, this is the...
I've never been that insecure person as wild.
Definition of insecurity right now.
This is insecurity.
This is the definition.
Let me tell you this, and I almost hate to say it because I don't know, maybe it gets better after I say this, but this is classic. If it was my friend in real life, I'd tell her to blink twice if she needs help right now. This is the classic setup for let me separate you from your people and take control in this situation. I mean, it's so classic that I'm literally sweating in my armpits right now, struggling to stay in this conversation. Seriously. And so if that's not what you mean, I encourage you, and maybe this is bad advice, I don't know, take it how you want, but I encourage you to find a different way to sit down to talk together, to find a different way to communicate this, because this is classic. Like, she can't be here, but you're here. She can't follow, but you follow. I can't stay in this conversation. We gotta move on out of this, because she's not here to speak for herself and to defend herself. And I need her to send a smoke signal.
Yeah, honestly, that's why I asked if you've ever been in a physical altercation. These are literally signs.
I love how she handled that. I mean, in truth, they should have dragged him, but yes.
Of someone who's controlling someone, and typically it leads to violence. And I would hate to even think that something like that's happening, because what you're saying makes absolutely no sense at all.
And be clear, I'll fight. I will fight you. Okay, I will fight you. I promise you. I promise.
But on the other side, you are innocent until proven guilty.
Innocent until proven guilty. But I will stomp you out, sir. I promise.
Donnie, there's a reason you are operating the way that you're operating. And I'm not telling you that you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm asking you to just examine it. Examine it. Is there a real good reason why there's certain people you want to separate her from? Especially, like, there's nothing you found in her phone with no flirting or DMs or not. There's like nobody can ever say that. There's something happening here, right? And we'll move on because I know Donnie is really like this subject is tough for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because these are signs. You may not see the sign
No,
that
100%.
you're giving right now.
So definitely needs to be talked about.
For sure.
No, 100%.
I don't care if you don't see the sign. This is controlling, manipulative, abusive behavior. And how do you not know that you're doing it? This reminds me, mind you, of the research, right? The survey, rather, that was done in universities where men will sit around and talk to the researchers and explain and say yes to activities and behaviors they will engage in, which is RAPE essentially. And when they're asked if they would RAPE someone, they'll say no. Sorry, trigger warning. I'm so sorry. So they will describe the behavior that is essentially what they're saying they're doing. And when asked outright, are you doing this? Then they'll say no. It's absolutely disgusting. So I don't care if he doesn't know that what he's doing is harmful. You don't get to cuddle him because what he's doing is harmful, but he don't know. Ignorance is not an excuse when you are manipulating, controlling someone and essentially abusing them, allegedly abusing them. Like, that is wild. That is wild to me. And they're all cuddling him. This, by the way, is not the Pookie and Ray Ray, mind you. This is wild.
Okay. All right. Now we can maybe get to entrepreneurship.
We can maybe get to entrepreneurship, but and this is a thing because not to say that every woman or every person experiences something that sounds like danger, but this is a situation like women deal with this often, especially in relationships, especially when you are on your way, right? You may not have established your footing just yet, and you're learning from men or women that you just look up to. And sometimes it's difficult for your mate, a male, to see you look up to another man because they only want you to look up to them and what they're saying. And there are so many women who go through that and it makes it difficult. And that's why there's so.
He's an abuser because he asked her to unfollow somebody. I feel like I'm missing something. Yes, the why. The why. You don't just try to control someone without giving. You don't try to control people, period. But if you're going to ask someone to do something, you should be able to explain why. And your little ego is not good enough. You isolating people that you say you're having is having a positive influence and gives good advice and is helpful to your girlfriend, telling her that she need to unfollow them without any way to explain it outside of your ego is the start of isolating someone. So while again, I'm not saying legally, oh, this is definitely abuse, it is definitely leaning down that route of abuse. It is definitely giving that. The women up here feeling the kind of spidey sense tingling, right? They know what it's like to be isolated, or at least to see other people isolated, and they know what comes from that kind of isolation. How are you going to say the man, all of these men who you are telling her to unfollow, mind you, you don't dislike their advice to her. You don't dislike their influence on her. You dislike the lady's influence, but you didn't tell her to unfollow the lady. You told her to unfollow this man who gives good advice in your own words, who is very helpful and is a positive influence on your girlfriend. You're going to tell her, go ahead and unfollow her without any reason. And go ahead and unfollow other people.
so many women who lose their dreams and they don't find themselves. You know, it's very common. You hear this all the time, like, oh, they got divorced and now she's popping out. She's popping out after this divorce. She's popping out after this breakup, when really she was dimming her light because she was dealing with a man who was too insecure to allow her to be inspired by who she's inspired by.
But not even women. Men go through it too.
Men also go through it.
Like there are some women that are extremely controlling, extremely territorial, I'll say. And it's hard for the guy to operate because of what she might think about it, right? But I mean, this is just a whole nother conversation that it's just, it's tough to have. It's really, really tough to have because you don't know people's situation. And it's not about you, okay? There are people that will fight for, there are people that will fight for their toxicity that's familiar. There's a lot of things you can do with $500. I mean, you can have a night out with your significant other. Yo, he provides for us and all that kind of stuff. So you got to keep dealing with the stuff. And it's a tough situation that people are in, but you don't know their situation, but there's some people that will fight for it.
Yeah, there's people that will fight. It's really difficult. And we're talking about
this science, our textbook, we never forget isolation. Yeah. If someone attempts to isolate you, it's a problem. I don't care who. That's the problem. Unless they're a medical professional and you actually do need to isolate yourself from hurting, to prevent you from hurting people, then in terms of general relationship with people, and they're telling you to cut other people off and they're not giving you a reason and they're trying to dictate who you can connect with, that's a problem for me. Yeah.
Entrepreneurs specifically, and some of the things that we go through, and this is just clear evidence that this is things that this is a scenario that an entrepreneur can go through. And I think, you know, a couple of things we have to understand, that control isn't love. I mean, I grew up in high school knowing women or girls who dated grown men because they told them what to do, and that's so sexy and blah, blah, blah. And there's a difference between establishing dominance and establishing leadership. That's not control, right? That's not fathering you in a way, because that's often what happens, or mothering you in a way. Like, we can be respectful of each other and respectful of each other's ideas, but I'm not your father and I'm not your mother, and I don't need you all to myself. Someone who needs you all to themselves, and I'm not talking about the cute, I need you all to myself. I'm talking about
my wife needs me all.
Yeah, I desire to have a situation in which I need him all to myself.
Need all of me, brother.
But I believe that man and woman should understand that control is not love. Control is danger. Isolation is not love. Isolation is insecurity. And there's a difference between being controlled and being led, being controlled and being taught. And when somebody is forcing you to make decisions that you would not have made otherwise, versus sharing a perspective of why you may want to look at something different, that is not love whatsoever. And it can often start that way. And then, you know, now what happens if you don't listen? What happens to the relationship? What happens inside the home? And a lot of women and men feel like they have to do what they have to do to weather this storm. Or you might feel like you have this man who's providing for you, and you need to be able to be in a comfortable position to build your business, or what is supposed to happen for you is supposed to happen for you. Don't let anybody be out here controlling you. Say something to somebody, right? Speak up about it and get out of that situation as early as possible. Because, and this is no longer about you, but conversations like this, people with certain mindsets, it does escalate. It does become more serious. You do lose more of yourself, and ultimately it becomes physical, and then the worst just can escalate beyond that. But we got to let people be grown-ups. And I believe there's something equally powerful. I believe what's more powerful than attempting to control somebody is allowing people to be grown-ups and seeing what they would do without your interference.
If you don't mind.
Yo, she ate that all the way up. She ate that all the way up. And someone said they like how she turned it into a PSA. I love that. That's why I love it. Instead of talking to the man right there, right? She decided that she was going to talk to her audience because she's not about to convince this man of anything, right? And I love that. I love that. I love that they both look past him and see him as the useless person he is, trying to control someone.
Me asking Donnie, do you feel like you're easy to be led?
Get out of my studio. Get up and get out. After I said all of that, your question to me is, do you think you're easy to be led? If you don't get out of my face looking like... I still have a corporate life, so can't say any of that.
By who?
In general.
You couldn't.
That don't make sense. That does not make sense. Do you think you're easy to be led? First of all, she shouldn't have entertained that foolishness. But second, she entertained it in a very good, amusing way. By whom? Him, generally. What do you mean being led generally? Do you think you're easy to be led? No. What do you mean? How do... Generally. Do you think you're generally... So you think I'm a sheep? Do I think I'm a sheep? Do you think I have no personality? Do I think I'm someone that is completely useless, have no backbone, don't know what to do, need direction? Do I think I am a child? Essentially is the question. What do you mean be led? I am so tired of these weak people trying to make you feel bad for not being weak as them.
Lead me. But yeah, I do feel like I'm easy to be led. I'm led every day. David leads me here in this. Everything he tells me to do, I do it. In a relationship, I'm led by my friends. I'm led by my mother. I'm led by people who I trust to lead me. I am led for sure. And we also have to dispel that narrative. A woman who has an opinion, a woman who is intelligent, and a woman who is not afraid to demonstrate both doesn't equate to a woman who can't be led. People are led by people who they admire, love, and respect, right? When the advice makes sense, when the leadership is coming from a pure place, when the environment feels safe, we are okay being led. And a man understands that he never has to say, I lead you. He just shows up and it's leadership.
Yeah, I think it happens even.
No, let him answer. Let him respond. What do you say to that, you useless person? What do you say to that? Let him respond to this foolishness. Do you think you're able to be led generally? Not by you. What do you mean? You could never. Period. That's what she should have done. You should never. Well, I don't even want to talk to you, much less be led by someone like you. The truth is, I actually like her response. And I like her response because I do actually believe people should be able to be led when the leader is competent in the area they're leading and you are not as competent, wherever that is. So the de facto man is the leader is wild to me.
And in like corporate worlds, right, where you have a job. And again, I haven't been in like a corporate environment like that. But from what I hear is that there's a lot of politics. You might be a Black woman with dreads and they don't like it in a corporate arena. And they might be suggesting that you cut your hair, or because you're a Black woman in this particular environment. But because they provide a paycheck, you continue to take the abuse. But the question is, if there's something, company, person, whatever, providing for you, how do you detach yourself from that? Because it's not as easy to say, I'm just gonna quit, find a new job because I'm being sexually harassed. I can't say anything. Every time I come home and cry. Someone might be living in a house with someone who provides. And the question is, I have 3 kids. If I leave, where do I go?
Yeah.
Do I take my kids to live on the street? Is it worse taking the abuse so that my kids can have somewhere to stay? Or do I put them through much worse? And then we're all good. Is that selfish?
Yeah.
You know, like these are conversations.
These are real conversations. They're definitely real conversations. And it's things that you think about all the time. I mean, just thinking about it from a corporate perspective, I have been in corporate positions that I couldn't stand being in. It was unfair. These people were playing in my face. They were racist. They were making sure.
Sorry, I have to address what man said. So he creates a scenario, which is a very complicated scenario, right? And it does happen, where a woman has children and is being abused and does not have anywhere to go. And so she has to take the abuse because she's considering that her child or her children, she does not want them to be homeless. And she can foresee her overcoming and dealing with abuse in an effort to provide for her children a life that I guess is not out there and being homeless or experiencing homelessness. That is, I don't want to comment on what this woman should and should not do. I'm not even going to engage in that discourse. What I am going to say, however, is this, by the way, is why it is important that you are not utterly dependent on a man as a woman. It is absolutely not good planning to be completely dependent on a man. I am not giving you advice. You can ignore me if you must, because I do know that there is a whole trad wife, new trend, fad going on. People think that you can put on the 1950s aesthetic, which was not even real in the 1950s, but we're not going to get into that. And they think they can come online and force women back into what is essentially servitude, right, to men by giving up your economic power and your political power in an effort and social connection to be under the control of men, because this somehow is going to lead you to have some kind of freedom, and you won't have to engage in capitalistic work where you're getting paid for your labor. Note, you are still providing labor. You're just not getting paid for it. And if you decide to walk away, it becomes a lot more difficult to walk away from an abusive situation where you are utterly dependent on the person abusing you for financial resources. Please, I am not giving you this advice, but if you would, think about it. Think about why it is that men are so up in arms that women can file for divorce, women can make their own money. They're mad because they no longer have complete control over you. Do not let anyone have complete financial control over you. And I know that is difficult, but if you haven't started yet and you're a wife, I'm not saying start to plan to leave. That's not what I'm saying. I hope you have a happy, loving, wonderful marriage or relationship. I think relationships are beautiful, but please do not be completely dependent on someone financially, if you can help it. No one wants to go to work, by the way. So it's a part of life, unfortunately.
Or I knew I was a token Black girl and all these things. But at that time, I had nowhere to go, right? At that time, I needed to be in position to pay bills. At that time, I didn't have the flexibility of taking days off to interview and go and do all these things. So yeah, you can get caught up in situations that aren't great. But I also didn't ask for any help, right? I also didn't do everything that I potentially could have, because I eventually did something. And if you can eventually do it, then chances are the opportunity for me to have done it much sooner probably was available. I have also been in a situation related to domestic violence at a young age, which is why hearing this is difficult, because the viewers are probably like, Donnie is upset, and you're right. Also, it just ticks me with questions like, Donnie, do you think you can be led? Where's the relevance here? Yes, I can be led. I cannot be manipulated. It's not even.
I love these sideways drags. Yo, let me not say I love her because I don't know her, but I really she is like this irrelevant question, like, why can you be led? Good. Thank you. Point it out. Continue to drag him. Thank you. Thank you. The issue is Black men refuse to empathize with the unique plight of Black women. Black women want to be viewed as humans with autonomy. Yeah. I can be led. I cannot be manipulated, period. Ain't nobody gonna sit there and be controlled. and dominated, can you be led? I'm glad she brought that back. I'm so glad she referenced to the idiotic, disgusting question that further highlights his abusive nature. Every man that comes online and say they want a submissive woman, and even in real life, they're abusive in my mind. I'm not saying this is a truth. I am saying if I hear a man say, oh, I'm just looking for an abusive woman, a submissive woman, I'm just going to go ahead and assume you're abusive. That's it. That's literal. As soon as you say I want sub, I'm like, I got it. Abusive.
Easy to manipulate me. It's not easy to control me, but it's simple to lead me, right? We have to, in that situation for me, my life was truly in danger, like literal danger, life or death. And I had to relocate to a completely different state in order to get out of that. There probably wouldn't have been survival for me had I stayed in that situation. So I am speaking from a place of understanding, a place of having been there before in a situation. And this just sounds way too familiar, to me, but the answer is to get out and to get out quickly.
Yeah. And listen, if I know if somebody that I have like a real relationship with and you're in some sort of situation that you can't get out, send me a DM. It'll be between me and you. Okay. And like you said, you just didn't ask for help.
Yeah.
And some people need to ask for help. So whether it's you're in a personal situation or kind of like a financial situation, I think it's important that we think of how we got into it, but there's always an exit. There's always a way out of it, right? Again, and I'm not talking from personal experience of being in a corporate environment where I'm
actually too triggered, and it's at the 4-hour mark, so I'm going to stop this and say this. I loved that they took his response and him being there and completely shut him out of the conversation and turned it into a public service announcement about abuse. I loved that. I absolutely adore the fact that they took this and turned it into a public service announcement around abuse. Whether or not he understood what was happening, I am very happy that they did that. By the way, I have to end, and the reason is there's a point at which my hunger makes me angry. It's called hangry. And if I continue, which I've done, it becomes more and more difficult for me to control myself. And I might end up saying something that I don't want to say. It takes a lot of controlling. I don't curse in my real life because I usually don't have anything to curse about, right? But this is making me want to curse and curse at this useless person sitting on the couch, pretending like they don't understand what manipulation and abuse is and how it operates. And maybe he doesn't, because if he did, if he was a smarter person, he would not be on here talking the way that he does. So maybe it is a good thing that he's announcing to the world that he might actually be an abuser. And so someone can step in and make sure his girlfriend is okay. I'm not saying he is an abuser. I'm saying his willingness to articulate the abusive adjacent nature of how he treats and command his girlfriend around in terms of her interaction, for me, means that he might be doing something worse behind the scenes. And people who are watching should investigate this. And if his girlfriend is watching this and she is not triggered by and her red flags aren't up and alert, I don't know what to tell you. Because while we can't vet someone 100%, and I do actually believe this does not require vetting at all. It requires listening to him. I don't even consider this vetting for how easy it is. Looking at him, doing this interview and deciding, yeah, absolutely not. Even if he's not an abuser, He's a wannabe in the worst way possible. The insecurity level is turned all the way up in a way that no matter how much you bend and try to please him and acquiesce to everything that he does, his insecurity does not come from an external source. It is internal. So he can fix what's broken with him. His inability to measure up to other men, he can fix that by making you do anything. So no matter how much you do and perform, he will continue to know that he does not measure up. He will continue to be insecure, and you will continue to have to bend until one day you break. This is toxic. Even if he's not abusive, his ego is a problem. His insecurity is a problem. He needs to go figure this out. And this is not a diagnosis, mind you. I'm looking at him and I'm saying, as a social interaction kind of analysis, he's one of the lowest of the low in terms of engagement and dating. It is very subtle to a lot of people, but it's very overt to me. I saw red flags as soon as I heard him talk about why he's going to tell his girlfriend not to follow someone who did nothing to her, is only helping her, and has literally provided meaningful resources to her in terms of how to navigate. He hates himself and her for being with him. Yeah. By the way, this is something I'm going to leave with this. I actually do believe this. A person who actually hates themselves can never love you. And so, regardless of how good you are, by being with the person who hates themselves, they're going to diminish you because they can understand why it is that someone would want them when they don't even want themselves. So be very careful. That's just a kind of general principle I have. Anyway, have a wonderful, wonderful night. Remember to like the video on the way out. Thank you all for sticking with me. This was like a really active live stream, and I really, really enjoyed. Actually, really enjoyed the comments and the engagement. So, thank you. I think I'm about to go into the Discord. Honestly, Discord people, if y'all are up, I'll be in there right now for like 30 minutes as I get ready to head out. People are not going to go out till 12, so I'll be in there longer. Good night, everyone. If a man come into your life not knowing how to bend or mend or nurture, he got high potential to break you. Period. Agreed, UG. Yes, and submitting to a bandit is a crime against humanity, and I need the UN to intervene. Like the idea of submission, like the fact that women run so eagerly into submission is wild. The fact that women are like, no, I'm submissive. I promise I'm submissive. It's like, okay, girl, period. Period. Anyway, do what you want to do. Don't let anyone tell you how to do you, blah, 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 blah. I'm trying to find something inspirational, but I can't. So I'm going to leave it alone and steal Erica De Niro's Protect Your Energy. Good night. Bye.